Раз. Шановні колеги, дозвольте, ми розпочнемо.
So, dear colleagues, I think we could start because everyone in the room is ready and present and speakers are here, so we can go. And the event today, we'd like to have it exactly as a discussion, because really the reform has been going on for several years, yet industrial pollution remains a critical issue. What are the reasons behind? Red tape, lobbying, the lack of political will? Let us hear today from some top government officials, the initiators of the reform itself, to develop a better understanding of how to move forward. As to should we be developing the traditional approaches based on hard-to-work instruments, or we would rather have to go innovative with the proper regard of the lack of funds, to see that the companies are ultimately able to implement the reform. So let us start it. And I'd like to invite to the floor now Minister of Environment Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine, Світлана Гринчук, to the floor. Олег Бондаренко. Вікторія Киреєва, Deputy Minister. Gabriel Zauer, BAT Project Director, GSZ. Ruslan Ilichov, Director General of the Federation of Employers of Ukraine. Now it's time for the welcome speech from the Minister. Yes, it's okay now. So good morning, everyone, dear colleagues. Alexei has been rather official in his event presentation. Meanwhile, I would primarily ask all of you to frankly and openly speak about what has been achieved already in the scope of the reform to prevent industrial pollution. I'd like us to talk about barriers and issues at stake and what has to be done to see the reform go completely forward as a practical tool. And indeed, we have achieved a lot, and I think we owe big thanks to our partners in this reform. This is the government of Germany primarily, and GSZ and its projects. Yes, we have strong cooperation with multiple projects, and big thanks to our international partners. Yet, the project, the GSZ one, is the best example, probably, how our partners can and actually work together with us about designing and implementation necessary tools throughout the whole timeline. And really, we are enjoying the support from them, and this is of paramount importance for us these days. The reform to prevent industrial pollution is a challenge in itself, and BATs are not an easy thing even in peaceful times, and it's increasingly hard for us, for everyone, when we are on the brink of survival, when we have daily challenges mushrooming around, and actually, well, our businesses do share the idea that we have to proceed with reform because of our commitments, even in the time of war. And we would like to thank businesses for sharing this understanding. The reform is, for the most part, in demand among cities that are victims of high level of industrial pollution. And this is a no small task for everyone, from the central government to local to regional ones to businesses to other partners. We need to be able to implement some real mechanism in spite of all the challenges. I'm not going to delve into details of the reform. I think everyone present here knows a lot about it, and we are rather set up to discuss problem matters. The adoption by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on the draft law to prevent industrial pollution, all the way to its full enactment and further steps, we really saw quite a lot of bylaws to have the reform kickstart and become implemented. And already you know that we have to step onto another stage of reform. There will be a unified environmental clearance or permit, and it will concern all forms of pollution, from industrial pollution to waste management. And all of us will have to do a lot to see all aspects of reform properly implemented. There's very important matter of proper funding to the reforms as regards particularly best available technologies, their introduction and implementation. This is very important for businesses who will have to do some very practical steps to have BATs implemented. Because of that, we work over the National Targeted Program on Reform Implementation, and we closely cooperate also with our international partners. Time to thank again to the government of Germany for their assistance in legislative development, for their very practical financial support and assistance to our companies with their first steps in the reform implementation. We do hope that the government of Germany and other partners will continue supporting us here on that, and we will be continuing our dialogue with companies and businesses to see that they are able to implement BATs at this time when we really need to think about the economic recovery of the country. Yes, the war goes on and we continue sustaining losses and damage, but still the recovery has begun already, and there is a pressing need for such a recovery to be done with due regard to all the reform steps and all the achievements we will have to achieve on our way towards the EU. And for our partners, for the European Union, for the European Commission, this reform is one of the beacons highlighting Ukraine's readiness for fully fledged membership in the EU. I'd like to take this opportunity and thank every one of you again. I do hope for a constructive discussion today. I thank the partners, the Verkhovna Rada, for their ongoing support of those important Euro-integration reforms. I do hope that it will continue as a fruitful collaboration between all the stakeholders. So I wish everyone good discussion, right decisions, and a safe day. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister.
Пані Світлана, дякую. Колеги, нагадую вам, що
Dear colleagues, there will be questions from the moderator, also online. There can be questions from the floor. Let us pre-agree that all the questions will come after all of the speakers in the panel have spoken. But yes, we do want a discussion because welcome speeches from top government officials is important. Yet it is our and your question that will provide a clear understanding of the path ahead. So now, dear Oleg, your vision, your take of the role of the parliament in this reform, what is amiss and what clearly should be added in terms of real financing instruments to spur the reform, because it's primarily, as always, it is primarily about proper funds. Also, I'd like to ask you, what would you prefer, a sanction mechanism or a stimulus mechanism? Good morning, dear colleagues. For parents, probably the greater happiness is to see the child gradually grow and become, a fully fledged human being. Same can be said of the law. We mentioned already it was quite a challenging time from its birth to gradual developments. There were changes, lots of versions, and some measures were taken to have this law implemented at a pace unusual even for the parliament that is currently very much used to the turbo mode of operation. Still, this is one of the most important pieces of legislation, not simply because it is the one that implements innovative approaches to industrial activities, but also because of it serving a certain basis, to thoroughly reform all of our industrial sectors. Having this law pass through the parliament, together with the Ministry for Environment, with projects, with the GZ, we did our best to explain it to industry representatives, in the Verkhovna Rada, to parliamentary faction members, how this law will lead our country, our industry, to a somewhat better position. So coming to your question, the last one, no, I'm a strong proponent of stimuli, some sort of stimulus method to really forge this link in the understanding among the government and business representatives. This is probably the only way to ensure that total general agreement exists as to the law and its requirements. The mechanisms we introduced when working on the draft of it, within the system we suggested, I call it actually, a fork, because there are potential two ways to move ahead. And I think this is already a sort of incentive, a stimulus, if you will, for industrialists. We cannot go replanning our country's operations time and time again for eternity. We need to ultimately make, a stop in the process and have a very clear-cut system that can be practically implemented. I'd like to ask and call upon the government, the third sector, the industrialists, to join efforts and actually lead our country to a better state, with the cleaner enterprises and companies being here with less pollution levels, with cleaner environment, when we will not have to, rush companies with down rates in an attempt to see if they really pollute or not. It would be nice to see everything being done in a conscious way. That way, companies will be able to look for affordable loans, assisted by the government, by the EU, by the lenders. I think this is exactly the way forward that is supported by the European Union and, well, our Parliament as well. We are always ready to rectify those errors that may have been found throughout the time of reform implementation. If we see certain shortcomings, yes, we are ready to rectify them. But again, a reform, if it is to live, has to progress, has to move ahead. If you reform something, then, well, this is a living organism, but you have to move ahead, doing something. This is the only way to get the result. And I think we have an agreement of what the expected results should be. Thank you.
Нам чути, не знаю, як ви знаєте.
Нам чутно.
От дуже важливо, коли такі посадовці, як ви,
As the sound is abysmal, I can only assume that the question is about using fiscal taxation methods to spur the companies to better implement reform-related measures. We need to see that the national targeted program remains some active instrument, a tool really which will not be an empty shell. Well, your question is rather interesting, but this is not the way I work and operate.
Майже 5 років
So,
сказав і кажу про те, що ми маємо
I can tell you that we have to introduce a reform of the funding system or the financial system of protecting the environment. And this system shall include not just reformation of the taxation system, that's for sure, but also reform of the system of distribution of this money, allocation of the money, then reform of the system of spending this money. We need to introduce a system which would actually comply with the reality we live in, and at the level of the law, we need to have the green taxonomy or maybe any other approach which shall be responsible for quality allocating of this money and for all these processes to actually meet the environment needs. Whether there is this urgent need to reform the enterprises themselves, for sure, but one of the needs, need, not the need, whether the taxes shall be automatically going to just certain enterprises. I don't think so. Maybe we will achieve that very stage when we can decrease the tax rates because the enterprises would decrease their emissions into the environment, which is why there won't be a need to have this very fiscal tool. But as of now, we are ready, for sure. And I strongly hope that the ministry is also ready for this frank dialogue. The dialogue shall be a very comprehensive one. This dialogue shall not be just about dealing with the issue whether we can give this money back to the enterprises in any form. No, we need to work on other issues, fair distribution and allocation of this money between the state budget and the budget of local communities. We need to understand in what way to spend this money, but actually this shall meet the needs of the state in general. No microphone used by the speaker. I'm sorry. Speaking about the state program of support. So, we say, now, with the support of the ministry, with the support of GIZ project, we are developing this program and we shall pass it somehow. It would contain a tool of funding. Won't it become just a formal approach because it was adopted but it's not funded because of the lack of the budget money? Or maybe at the very beginning we didn't speak about the real funding mechanisms. So in what way shall we create a program which would be really operational? Because we understand that the reform has got deadlines for 11 years. And it would be great to see the results of this reform while we are still alive. What's your opinion? Thank you. Greetings, everyone. That's the greatest pleasure to see all of you. In the first place, I would like to express my gratitude to all the stakeholders who, for many, many years, were supporting this reform. And finally, we are now discussing in what way this reform is being implemented. And I look at the room, I see a lot of familiar faces. I've been working on this reform for 5 years already. And a lot of you remember this cartoon, which we call Ждун, a person who is sitting and waiting for ages. And the state program and its funding shall be considered from a different angle. As of today, Svetlana, our minister, mentioned that we need to reform ecological finances. For the program to have funding, we need to reconsider the green tools, the funding tools. And I believe that very soon the ministry will present this reform. We worked a lot on that. We have plenty of great international partners who are joining this reform. And after this, we will reconsider in what way to administer the taxes, how to distribute them, and we'll discuss what share would go to local self-governments, what would go to business, but we need to change the approaches completely. Because let us look at it all quite sober. This is war, and nobody would just give us money to modernize the enterprises. So we need to change approaches to start with. We need to change the system completely, and after that, implement it as a great tool. Because so far we have decarbonization fund, which is operational, but this is just a small part of a reform. The ministry is about to present the reform essence, and we will discuss it in more details. And the ministries are looking forward for us to do that, and actually administering and distribution of tax money will be considered. We shall have a separate roundtable discussion on that to discuss it in more details. And here today we are speaking about having a dialogue. For the first time, we gathered together online in January and discussed the reform. Because the law was passed and civil society enterprises do not know in what way this very reform is going to be full-fledgedly implemented. So here we are. We are here to discuss, to understand what kind of problems we have, because the state today is also just learning to implement this reform. After the previous meeting, we had so many questions, and our experts who are going to be present at the final panel discussion will start answering some questions of the civil society, of business, of enterprises. But why do we need this reform in essence? Let us have a look. This is not just a European integration step. In the first place, that's the tool for the green reconstruction of Ukraine. Our goal would be to build a better Ukraine, better than it used to be. Use actually BAT, best available technologies. That's the tool which will allow us reconstructing Ukraine correctly, properly. What do we have as of today? We've got orders which regulate the emissions to the environment. We've got some technological regulations, current ones, some that are still being developed, and the local self-governments and the civil society know that sometimes the government is speculating with these notions. But no, we would like to set very clear-cut rules. We would like to introduce BAT and for our enterprises to be working as they work in the EU, where the threshold levels would be identified. At the very same time, what do we give to business? We are simplifying the permits system. And today, this minister is entrusting us with the task of deregulating the permit system, for there to be no necessity to be getting dozens of permits. You know, in order to launch an enterprise, they shall pass through dozens of procedures at the Agency of Water Resources, Ministry of Environment, etc. But now we shall speak about just one permit, and this permit can be obtained online. And whenever any changes shall be introduced, this can also be done online. This is something our business desires to have. And, there would be no validity term of this very permit. So this is going to be like one-stop shop. That's the key goal. Then what this reform will yield for us? Analyzing the examples of the EU for the previous 10 years, I should tell you that the EU managed to decrease the emissions by 30%, speaking about greenhouse gases emission by 25%. And now we would like to achieve the climatic neutrality by 2050, and we will be moving towards this goal. Also, this reform will allow us decreasing the use of water by 20%, and that's a very relevant issue as of today as well. And we know that globally they say that not the natural resources and minerals shall be conserved and preserved, but water. And actually we need to properly know at the level of the industries how to preserve water and how to actually reuse water. And we never thought that we will be dealing with water shortage. And actually, the Ministry of Natural Resources started telling us that actually water is a valuable resource nowadays, and we need to figure something out in this regard. And to crown it all, I would like to mention that the state shall become a friend of every enterprise and an administrator of their activities. The state shall be there to help. So that's for the first time in the permit system when we are introducing consultations for the businesses before they get the permit. We are going to become a business nanny, and we have to be interested that the economy of our country develops, because this will influence the well-being of everyone in Ukraine. I don't want today the representatives of business to believe that we are enemies and we would like to trick you somehow and set the limitations for you. No, we would like to help you becoming green. In the future, in order to get investments, into your activities, you need to comply with certain standards, because the EU is not going to work with enterprises that are polluting the environment. And that's also of paramount importance for the community. So this very reform allows us actually opening up the environmental data, opening it up for the representatives of the local community, civil society, and everybody in Ukraine. And Oleg Volodymyrovich mentioned it today. We can have a look at the levels of pollution and emissions, and this also goes hand in hand with the monitoring of the environment step. But actually here we speak about implementation of Directive 75. Let me tell you what to expect, because the first step was already taken, and we'll need to move forward. We need to use the declarative principle. That's for the enterprises of the third category, for the enterprises that are getting permits for emissions. We need to set certain thresholds for them, and we will simplify the permit system for these enterprises. Then unified permit, meaning the enterprises that do not comply with the requirements of category 3 will get a unified permit in an electronic form according to the simplified system, and it will be different from the integrated permit. And the final challenge, that would be harmonization with the acquis communautaire. We will include representatives of science, academia, international experts in order to have a unified system of standards that are going to be harmonized with the European standards. Thank you. Briefly, that's it. Thank you, Ms. Victoria. If you think that's briefly, all right. So, thank you so much. Clearly about the reform, about mechanisms of support, about understanding in what way we move forward. And it's very important to actually listen to GIZ. So, Mr. Gabriel, I understand that now you can provide us with the extensive report because for 5 years you've been helping the ministry as regards communicating this reform, developing the legislation. But now we speak about development of the target program, which is of paramount importance. But Mr. Gabriel, now I would like you to emphasize on one thing. So, dear colleagues, when we speak about large-scale mechanisms, we will go back to the desire of the enterprises to implement the reforms. You know, several days ago, there was this very good online meeting, and there were some good questions, and Mr. Ruslan will mention maybe it later on. Have you counted how much it would cost? But there was silence at this meeting. Later on, we will discuss why we had silence as an answer, but we can forecast why silence was the answer. Because any reform, apart from ecology, moral values, values of the EU, but also that's a financial burden. And if we don't develop a proper mechanism of acceptable funding of such a reform, it will remain a declarative reform on the paper. And as Mr. Oleg mentioned, not to create these dozens of funds which may or may not work, we can't forecast it. GIZ conducted pilots, and they've mentioned, well, let us have pilot enterprises and try out reimbursing part of the cost of this ecological, environmentally friendly projects, and whether the enterprises will be interested. What's the key drawback of the environment-friendly projects? They don't have the return on investments, and actually all the eco-friendly projects are so overcomplicated from the viewpoint of implementation because they don't yield a lot of money. They are about other arguments and other values. Mr. Gabriel, could you mention, can we actually take your pilots and scale them up? Scale up this idea through the state-targeted program. And what would be the sources of grant reimbursement could be used by Ukraine with your account of European experience? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I know that there will be also a session right after this panel where my colleague Andriy Hunko will be going more into depth where we stand with this output 4 in our project, where we really try to find out with the pilot financing where there is maybe shortcomings, where there's hurdles in the financing of this modernization in the businesses. And to be honest, we are still in the middle of implementation. We will continue the whole project, but also the pilot projects that we started. They're all ongoing. So I'm also very interested in listening to the presentations of the affected industries later and the enterprises that we work with to see what their take is and maybe the first, let's say, intermediary results that they will present to us. I can just say that We will do everything possible to collect as much data, not only data that is, numbers and facts and figures, but also data that is, in between the lines when we talk to businesses that go through this, let's say, early mover stage of modernization of their installations. And we want to really wrap the important feedbacks up and make them available also for our partner ministry and the Ukrainian government to really forge a let's say, supporting system that really meets the needs of the affected enterprises in order to really avoid hardships. Not very concretely answering your question, we're in the middle of the process. We expect really more tangible results towards the end of the year, because then we have the first projects also completed. And we happily engage also, again, maybe in another roundtable, to really see also what that in the end brought to us. And as I said, like also expected Andriy Hunko and the enterprises who will present later will also give us some insights, some first insights into where we stand with that. Yeah. Apart from that, I would really like to emphasize and also give back the let's say, the thanks that Madam Minister put out in our direction, really, and just say that it was incredible, intense 5 years working together on this reform. And I think any international assistant project, any international assistance, technical assistance can only be as good as the political backing that you receive for that. And really want to thank over the ups and downs that we experienced, really to be so committed to this reform. And also want to underline, it has been said many times, that this is not only environmental reform. It is, of course, also bettering the quality of soil, air, water, and so on. But it also definitely is a lighthouse, a flagship reform for the European Union accession process. And yeah, I think also levels the playing field for businesses. You could also see it as a booster for investments, a booster for modernization of Ukrainian businesses that are covered by the IED. And that's why I think, yeah, it is an important reform. And yeah, what I, on a personal note, want to also highlight is that I'm very happy to be here personally today again after 5 years. 5 years ago, I know that some of the people in the room present have been with us already then. We had a kick-off here in this very hotel, I think the same room even, where we kicked off our technical assistance project, Best Available Techniques for Ukraine. It was supposed to run only for 4 years. Now we're in year 5, so I guess you know the reasons why this is the case. And we back then set out to support Ukraine in 4 different directions, 4 different vectors, and just want to quickly outline them. It was for sure the legal framework that we wanted to support with, and that was, of course, an output that was more complicated than initially foreseen and took a lot longer, as you know. So just last year when the law finally was adopted. The second vector where we support is the IT component. So based on the DIA app or the DIA system, DIA platform, more specifically the ecosystem, we also, of course, want to contribute to what was mentioned also before many times, the reduction of the burden for all sides. So mainly, of course, also enterprises should feel happy about this, but also, of course, make it easier for the ministry, make it easier for eco-inspection to really monitor, change permits, etc. pp. So this is the second vector that we are working on still. Thirdly, I think very easy to underestimate capacity building measures that we have done over the last years together with the partners from the ministry, with the partners from eco-inspection, going also other places, looking at examples from Czech Republic, for example, going to Sevilla to be part of the Sevilla process with Ukraine already. All these things, I think they're They don't produce numbers right away, but really I think they change perspectives and also give good examples of how things could be, should be, and probably will be. And last but not least, of course, we had pilot projects that we support. Yeah, we really hope that we will gather these insights that will be then very valuable for everyone later on in the process. So as you can see, we reached a lot already, but it's also just fair to say that in all of these directions, we still have a lot of stuff to do and not a lot of time to do so. So we plan to finish our project in 2026. So next year, we will finalize this project, and our technical assistance under this project will come to an end. At the same time, this is a challenge in itself, but at the same time, I also see that we come from one phase to the next. So I guess this phase now will be finished, I think, yeah, in this year 25, we will have a running system, hopefully smoothly running system, and everyone can work with this. All sites can work with this integrated permit system, and that means also that we then face new challenges. And I think one of the most important topics I want to really also bring on the table again is the institutional readiness for this reform, and also within the partner ministry. This is something, the system is there, everything runs, but then you have to maintain it, you have to allocate resources, budgetary resources. We also have to look that you have staff available who can really fill out these positions and keep them, also train them continuously, maintain the system, the IT system. All these things require a lot of resources, and I think this is really key to make sure that they are available if they are needed. And just to throw out a number, an example, when we also went to Czech Republic for many study tours that we made there, it was very obvious that the amount of people working on the IED there is just overwhelming. Czech Republic probably is a quarter of the size of Ukraine. And if I remember correctly, it was back then around 100 people working just on the IED implementation in Czech Republic. And you can just imagine what kind of number that would be if you just extrapolated for Ukraine. So really, I think this is something we have to be very aware in the, let's say, aftermath of this reform. And of course, that was what was mentioned really many times already, of course, the financing question and how to avoid hardships. It's also not a secret that with this reform, sometimes you take certain installations out of operation because they just cannot comply with VAT standards, or it's just not economically viable to bring them up to the standard. So this is a thing that really needs to be prepared for. I think we know this is coming, and we can prepare for it, and I think we should prepare for it. Mostly also on a communication level, maybe, so that there's no communication backlash from the public because of that. So,
Пане Габріелю, я перепрошую.
Mr. Gabriel, I beg your pardon. Ms. Minister has got some business to attend to. Let us express a gratitude to Ms. Svetlana. Well, if I may, Mr. Gabriel, thank you so much for your support, for your assistance. Mr. Gabriel mentioned correctly that minimum 100 people in Czech Republic would be needed for the implementation of the reforms on ID. And yeah, we actually understand that our institutional capacity is not that powerful, not that huge, and actually it's a bit difficult to implement all these initiatives. Thank you, dear partners, for all your support and understanding. But also, I would like to express my gratitude to the representatives of our ministry. We don't have 100 people, we have few. Just a few who are responsible for this area, who are implementing a lot. We often criticize the ministry, the state, those at power. But believe me, trust me, people are really working day and night. And I'm very grateful to Victoria, to her team for the work she is being implementing, because having this limited resources and having this limited institutional capacity, they are doing a lot. Thank you so much, and I'm grateful to our ministry as well. Thank you to your colleagues. Colleagues from the ministry are going to stay for the further discussion, and also I'm always there. Let's stay in touch. We are ready to give you the feedback for us to properly, efficiently, correctly implement this very important tool. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Svetlana. Dear colleagues, let us thank Svetlana, her ministry, for the active involvement in the reform implementation and in this roundtable discussion. Dear colleagues, sorry, dear Gabriel, we are ready to continue.
So, Svetlana, for this input. I think maybe to avoid being misunderstood here, I think this is also bears a chance. You know, I'm not saying like you have to have then 400 people working on it because you're 4 times as big. It can be also a very unique selling point that you say, okay, we do the same work with less people and do it even better, which I think it could be also a very, very perfectly valid argument to keep it small. And in that regard, I hope I was not misunderstood in any way. Yeah. So, nevertheless, I think to have a continued, well-running system, I think is key. Doesn't matter about numbers. We don't have to talk about that. It's a decision of ministry how to deal with that, obviously. But just this could play out as one of the questions. And of course, from the discussions I gathered, expert discussions from the last years, one thing that always, of course, would be. I'm very much looking forward to how this plays out in a transparent way, hopefully, is the discussion about the transition period. So this will be something that I think, is much in the focus of discussions, but also very, I think, different takes on how to deal with that. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out. Having said that, unfortunately, Madam Minister already left, but I know that our current project is coming to an end soon, but at the same time, I also have some good news from our commissioning party, the IKI ministries in Germany, because they just commissioned us with a new project. It's the project Paris Agreement Support and Adaptation in the Black Sea Area, short PAPS. And this project also contains a comprehensive component that is really supporting us in the forthcoming years, also on the topic of IED implementation. And so that means until the year 2029, we will be able to still support with other topics. Of course, we're trying to explore a little bit more than, let's say, analytically possible effects or optimize certain pathways of implementation of this reform and modernization measures. Maybe also combining it with most optimal ways to also take into consideration decarbonization aspects of modernization. Yeah, that's in short it, and we're very happy, of course, that we have this opportunity from IKI to extend our support. It was, as I said, very productive cooperation so far, and really we also look forward to cooperating then under the umbrella of this new project, PAPS, in the future until the 2029, with all of you here in the room and all the stakeholders equally. And yeah, with that, thank you.
До того, як ми перейдемо до наступного спікера.
And before we go to our next speaker, I would like to ask Gabriel one more question. A simple one, and I beg a very simple answer to that. So in 5 years, you've got a feeling, a sense of Ukraine. And you are quite right when you mentioned the first time we met here 5 years ago. Now, I would not say that the only tangible success has been the adoption of the law, because the tasks, the assignments are multiple, and we are still to do a lot. And Yeah, in order not to have another meeting in 5 years when we will say that yes, we have another piece of legislation, but we do not know how to implement it properly. So my question is, what in your view Ukraine has to do to get success, to report it in 5 years? Maybe it should be about financing. Maybe it should be about improving governmental institutional capacity to do the reform. Maybe it's about better communication with enterprises to help them properly implement. So, what has to be done to report some success in 5 years?
Well, I guess all of the above. That would be the very short answer. But I think what you didn't mention yet, and I think that is the aspect of transparency. I think it's also one of the major things that is part and parcel of this reform is to be very public with everything you do, with the permits that are published, and everyone has basically the same insight into what's going on. And I think if that is guaranteed, I think the success will write itself.
Дякую.
Thank you indeed. And we move on to Mr. Ruslan. Dear Ruslan, you have information to share and we'd like to hear it. But with your permission, I'd like also to ask you a question. We had a very nice online event a fortnight ago. It was about you and some companies, businesses that gathered online, and there was a question about which of the industrialists is ready to implement BAT and how much it might cost. So the resounding answer was the silence. No one had any idea. Is it about, the mindset of industrialists or companies? Maybe they think that this is too hard a burden, and they are even afraid to think of BATs, of costs, and so on. Yes, Victoria was entirely right when she mentioned deregulation, monitoring, and related things. But still, we need to have a breakthrough, and this should be in the form of some practical steps. We need to see real measures to limit and reduce emissions, reduce environmental impact. From here, my question to you, what has to be done? What needs to be done? Together maybe with industries and enterprises to see that they are ultimately ready to start, they are already implementing, they're getting results. Maybe it's about certain conditions to be met before they are ready to kick in. Yeah. Good morning. Thanks for having me here. I'd like to start by thanking the ministry and, Victoria's speech. I'm Director General of the Federation, united some 8,000 businesses in a variety of sectors. And for the last, I'd say, 15 years, we always saw certain clashes between initiatives and individual industrial companies that were not as impressed, with those initiatives. Sometimes even they would be called enemies of reforms. But again, certain track can be followed, certain trend can be seen. And yes, we are manufacturers, we produce, we export, and we have to comply with the current trends. Say we are producing 2 million plus bottles that we also export to the EU. And EU customers are increasingly conscious of environmental limits and considerations, and we have to comply. Now, your question is about some very tough considerations. First of all, any reform dealing with industrial pollution, dealing with transition towards green economy, cannot be free from overarching reforms of industrial policies in the country. Unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Kindratiev from the Ministry of Economy with us here. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Economy's role is extremely important. we can nudge Eureka or other auto importers to implement better market practices. But then if we have companies bringing hundreds and thousands of used cars not meeting any standards into Ukrainian market. So these companies will ask, why should we bother with reducing emissions when we have heavily polluting cars entering the market freely? I was to a bigger exhibition in Nova last October, and I heard from the auto producers in Germany that yes, we can make our economy green, but it will be a grass on the grave of the automaking industry of our country. So to say that any reform for us industrialists is ultimately about funds needed to do that modernization. Yes, we are modernizing it even these days because it's about our competitiveness. As to whether we understand what kind of equipment we will need tomorrow, yes, we do understand. And we do also understand the cost of it. Another question as to whether the company is entirely clear about what has to be done. Because it's not about simply buying a piece of equipment, it's also about a comprehensive approach. Yes, not every company has entire clarity of it. Bigger companies may be small, medium-sized companies are often not in the know. From here, they need to improve communication with ministries, with other institutions, and we greatly appreciate the assistance that the GZ has been providing us with regarding it. And yeah, it's maybe about having a survey among companies to have an overall joint understanding of the timing, schedules, financial needs. And yes, dear Gabriel, the programs and projects like you had with the Mirov are extremely important. But still, coming back to the main consideration, funds, money, where these should come from, and how to look for them, how to use them, it's about a great deal of money indeed. And some previous estimates say it's really high figures, high numbers in this. Add here the martial law and the wartime with all the challenges involved. So for all types of industries, the key challenge is always about money, about funds. There should be several ways in which we could join our efforts. We do understand the government won't be able to pay it for everyone. And yeah, we cannot come to the cabinet just to tell that we need maybe a couple of dozens of billions for a year or two to implement best practices and best available technologies. We do enjoy good relations with Bundesdeutsche Industrie, Bundesdeutsche Arbeit, and I was to Liebherr plant and in Germany, also in Rostock, and they got a 450 million subsidy for BATs. I can tell you I can do pretty much the same if someone gives me as much money. So yeah, the pace with which the EU is going on is substantially higher than us. And surely we cannot expect subsidies or financial assistance from the government at the level of, say, they have in Germany. But maybe some other programs could work towards it. Maybe like 579 loan facility programs, something like that, or maybe some, part of taxes payable by companies should be somehow earmarked for that type of activity to make specific steps to reduce industrial pollution, to implement BATs, and so on. Again, please do not think that businesses are against or they turn a blind eye we so something we do understand, and we do understand as well that the sooner we make it, the better our competitiveness will be. Our market is small. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of territories. They are now under temporary occupation, and we have a sizable workforce trying to find ways to live elsewhere, not in Ukraine. But again, ultimately, it's about money and time. And to reach this assessment and this understanding, you need to have some sort of analysis, survey. Say, in my federation, we have more than 200 companies producing metal parts and components for EU member states. They definitely know what they need and how to calculate costs. I think with such audit efforts, with expert involvement to see real costs behind measures, we will be able to tell when this will come. Also, if we are able to introduce already today some practical assistance, some maybe grants, I still, by the way, calls do everything to make more weapons. We have, about 127 enterprises, potentially weapon producers, but they are not completely compliant. There were calls for everyone to produce. And yes, these companies responded and they have some weapon production facilities, but it is not environmentally clean. And we cannot affect them at the moment because they're working for the front. Okay, thank you. Am I right to understand that industries will probably implement these steps only if they have proper understanding of the needs of such measures, also internationally for international markets? And secondly, the industries will need an understanding of economic factors of it. Well, at the very least, as a bare minimum, yes, a bigger percentage of industrial companies will need such type of information, so they will need expert support, I would say. Yeah, and the third factor would be audit. Yes, audit. And this is important, Mr. Sorochinsky mentioned how it went with Nemirov, and these are good practice examples, and these need to be rolled out. Okay, thank you. Dear colleagues, we are going to have a very lively discussions during the second and the third panels. Maybe these will be more acute, less polite politically. So let's hope for it. And I'd like to thank this panel for the very frank answers. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. And we are ready for our next panel speakers. Please welcome Andriy Gunko, manager of the BAT project GSZ. He will be speaking about comprehensive Ukraine support in reform implementation. Then Roman Matushkin, head of the Bureau of the Chief Energy Manager at Kremenchuk Zavod Steelworks. We will be hearing from Andrei Turevich, Project Management Director at Nemirov. We will be having Anatoly Grisuk, Director General of Radiviliv Milk Company, Vitaly Rokhin, Financial Director from Zhytomyr Cardboard Works, and a representative of Ugrgazbank, Alexei Savin. Let us start with Andriy. He has been working on BAT reforms for 5 years together with Gabriel. I'd like to thank Gabriel for sharing a lot of information, also his personal information. And we still on the question of pilots and how to promote them. he correctly stated that there will be more discussions on that later on. So I do understand that, Andriy, you have something to report. You are a seasoned official, and if you ask any question to an official, you will hear one's story of the entire life with everything. So I suggest, Andriy, that rather than talking the totality of it, you just focus on the nature and the essence of the question. To tell us more about successful experience of grant-based support, who addressed you and went successful, who had problems. Ultimately, the question is how to scale up and promote your successful pilots to spread the good news across the country.
А потім відповідь національного інструменту на базі успішних пілотів. Тому що до цього моменту ми
So before that,
енергоефективності працювали.
we worked with Andrei in the area of energy efficiency. It was like a trial and error way for us when we would try things and then try to somehow promote the results at the national level. So, question to you: how to scale up and what should be done, and your 5 years of experience of working on the matter with the ministry. Yeah, thank you. Whether we've been successful, as they say, the audit will tell you if this is true. But actually, I'm proud of having this 5 years long experience of cooperation with the Ministry of Environment Protection, the Verkhovna Rada, other stakeholders over this reform. It is a challenge for me to tell in you of companies as to do they consider this grant support program from GIZ a success. But I would still say that in my view, the examples we had were success indeed. And the program is unique in itself, particularly in terms of the GIZ operations here, because it's the money from German taxpayers, Railway Commissioning Ministry. Normally, in other countries, such grants are not given to civic society organizations or NGOs. Our project is unique because to promote the reform, to show some real results and outputs in the area, we had to showcase and to prove it was possible. The key challenge for us was also to show that this could also be done at the time of war. Yes, the law was adopted for quite some time, for nearly 5 years, and the final steps were done already during the martial period. The grant support program had several stages. We had more than 2 years to adopt applications for grants, and we got about 40 of them from different businesses, mostly the biggest companies in Ukraine, well, falling within the meaning of Directive 75. Our projects, participants, our partners, our grantees will have the chance to describe their experience today. Yes, it went differently. There were companies that were quite serious about that, with very quality applications prepared, and from our communications, we had this understanding that they were professionals. Others would not have any experience with attracting international funds. Fortunately, not every company had an investment plan, and sometimes we saw that the projects were just jotted down on a piece of paper just for this moment's need. And we ended up with some 12 enterprises, 4 of which will have already obtained or will obtain grants. Why only 4 out of 12? Because there is a limit. We had just €4 million to cover it, and some of the companies had to drop the applications because of the seasonality of the produce, and obviously it was probably not relevant for them, say, in the given time slot. So I assume that the panel here features those success stories, those who have successfully applied and received grants. Yes. So the grants program from GIZ, besides the grants itself, also envisaged using some lending facilities from the Ukrainian banks. So there was a condition of following the 20% amount of on the cost of the project. So the companies in Ukraine would have to seek 20% more coverage from Ukrainian banks. And it would serve as a certain indicator of how healthy is the business environment in Ukraine. Yes. So the grant would cover 20% of the initial project. Yeah, quite an interesting fact. So some initially would say that there are no money for that, but as soon as you allow them a 20% grant to start working on BAT, somehow the money are found. And it's rather a question of how to properly spend the money with proper regard to EBITDA and internal rates of return considerations. So as soon as you kickstart them into that, they start working with investment committees, and they already are more active in searching for money, and they are able to do it. Yes. Some of the companies, they also provided us with feasibility studies per years to show how the investments will be returned. And yes, it's a challenge to have money repaid, particularly in this area with the Ukrainian system. And surely the receiving of grants was a stimulating factor for them, offering better financial prospects, and still more, and it will be clear from further discussion, still more companies think that in the time of war, the whole idea and activity is probably not worth the effort. Also, some of companies we initially had plans to work with were heavily damaged, like that Repila power plant. We wanted to cooperate with them to provide sulfurous gas cleaning, scrubbing equipment, but unfortunately we didn't make it before the shelling they received. And on the other hand, it would have been destroyed anyway because of that. Okay, thank you. So we have grants available from GIZ. 20% of the total cost of environmental project. To say that even in spite of lower IRRs for such project compared with some others, it may still be possible to implement them. And obviously we have some success stories. So, dear colleagues, we are going to hear more from Mr. Bogdan from the Ministry for Environment Protection in the next panel, and we will hear from him as to the type of tools he finds useful. But still the question to Bogdan is about how to scale up these success stories. And maybe it's a question I should first ask you, Andrei. What is your idea of how to promote these projects? It's about certain sources of finances. It's not about political will in the country. It's rather about actual financial opportunities. And so my question is, what, in your view, is better, a preferential credit, loan facility, or grant-based support? Before we go to 579 system, let, let us be reminded that these are actually subsidies, billions worth of subsidies from the government. And yes, it can be successful, but it does cost the budget a lot. So what's still better, to provide subsidized loans on an annual basis, or to have a one-time repayment with hopes it won't need as much loans, and maybe with some co-financing, companies will be better able to invest in BATs. So again, in a nutshell, preferential loans or grants, which is better? Yeah, thank you, Alexei. You are well known for your high quality questions. My answer would be as follows. The source of financing modernization of Ukrainian enterprises can be different. My colleagues already mentioned it, and the Director General of the Federation of Employees particularly cited that some countries enjoy all types of support of such investments, even internationally. If you look at the EU, we will see that environmental modernization measures may only be made, if a company is ambitious about heavily reducing their emission levels and so on. And there are relevant directives that have been harmonized at the national level in relevant member states. They contain all the requirements regarding pollution limits, emission limits, and so on. Meanwhile, if you look into Ukraine, our emission limits values are sometimes lower than that of the EU, and that gives us some leeway. Our regulation is not as stringent as that EU, and probably any governmental project, if developed, will have certain life cycle to exist until the new harmonized environmental standards are completely introduced, until BAT requirements are in place. Now, there can be considerations how to finance these measures from the national budget, but as Gabriel mentioned in the previous discussion, we had a number of study tools in Ministry of Environment members. We were to Czech Republic, to Germany, to Spain, elsewhere, and everyone tell us there that it's about one's personal responsibility. If you want to invest in that, do your homework and look for international organizations willing to support you. They would never have anything like your risk being closed if not, because it was company's responsibility and they were conscious about it.
Mr. Andre, I'm sorry. I expected one sentence in response. I know whenever I'm asking a question, I cannot expect actually one sentence answer from the candidate of sciences. But let us get concentrated on specifically your opinion as regards sustainable source. I understand actually European experience is very interesting, but actually transponding of the EU experience is not that feasible. We can adapt EU experience, but we cannot copy-paste. And what's your opinion? The sustainable source, which shall be out there. And second of all, subsidized loans or reimbursing the money invested. Well, it's difficult to give an one sentence answer to several sentences question. Well, I'm going to go into more details answering here. Let me start with the second question, subsidized loan or reimbursement. GIZ selected the way of loans. We don't have a capacity to check out the financial reliability of enterprises, which is why we've entrusted this to Ukrainian banks. And we have this criteria now for the investment project. The company shall get a loan in the very same amount as the grant. If Ukrainian bank is ready to risk 20% of the body of the loan, then GIZ would do the same. That's logical and that's normal. So if we speak about state-run program, you speak about the state-run one, right? In that very case, the loan would also look better than grant assistance. So the idea is as follows. Under these conditions, we do the outsourcing of the expert assessment of the project to the bank, and we don't need to administer it at the level of some ministry. Yes? Yeah, as an option. And for example, the warm loans, the one you've been involved in the development of it. So this seems like something very logical. Speaking about the source, if we go back to what was mentioned today by the head of the ECHO committee, Mr. Bondarenko, we need to have some stimuli mechanism, incentives. So what can those be? This can be stimulating certain measures to decrease the emissions of pollutants that actually cause us collecting this money for the emissions. As of today, the tax is more complicated compared to several years ago, and this issue is subject to discussion. I understand what you are leading to, CO2, the environmental tax, but this is rather a political issue. I can express my opinion here. I believe if CO2 tax is being partially used by decarbonization fund, and we understand that CO2 emissions and pollutant emissions would be two various categories, though sometimes in measures they look alike. Nevertheless, today we speak about industrial emissions. And so this would be emissions in case of presence of which the enterprises would pay tax. So far, this tax goes to the central state budget, and part of it would go to local budgets, if I'm not mistaken, because several years I've not been dealing with this topic that actively. And the question is that we can actually use this tax money to stimulate enterprises to have less emissions by way of using certain measures that would decrease this emissions. You pay tax. The tax depends on the level of your emissions. You get some state support from this money. You introduce measures. You pay less taxes. That's the incentive mechanism. All right, but globally, every country is doing what they think fit. All the taxes would usually go to the general fund of the state budget, and then the targeted programs are using this money. Thank you, Mr. Andrei. Well, that's very pleasant that you are so politically correct. Is this because of you working with the international projects, or you maybe plan to join the next constituency in Verkhovna Rada? Dear colleagues, the discussion shall always be frank, but whenever you are whenever you're trying to be frank, we have a better discussion. For 5 years, we were speaking CO2 tax, whether it's worth dealing with it or not. Then we've created decarbonization fund, gave money there, and said we will give the loan 7% to, or by 7% to all the enterprises. If we would add energy efficiency, then we would give an answer that we have a source of 1.5 billion. And the same here, colleagues. If we see that this ecological tax is not really clear, what kind of support would it give to BAT? The return on investment would be 50 years. So maybe we are not giving an answer what to do. We are just reporting the situation as is, that nobody will be doing anything. Sorry for me being that frank, because I'm not part of the political party or any other organization. Right, yeah, we have an opportunity to use CO2 tax, ecological tax. We could merge them, or we could do everything possible to have a sustainable source of co-financing. Just say yes or no. In general, yes, but there are some small things we still need to discuss because, you are also participating in this discussion, and you are merging some notions here because there are pollutant emissions and there are CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. And in the technical documentation on BAT, there are measures which would decrease the emissions of both, and theoretically we could fund them using the decarbonization fund. This would be funding of decarbonization of Ukraine and ecological transformation, right? Yeah. And if we speak about ecological measures, they never lead to decrease of CO2 tax. So it's not rational to merge this. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Mr. Andriy. Mr. Bogdan will voice out his opinion later on. And let me proceed now to the next presenters, Mr. Roman. You I've used this GIZ pilot project from the viewpoint of implementing the project reconstruction of the current systems of gas purification and steel melting furnaces. What's your vision? Is this model a success? And second of all, I'm sure that at your enterprise, you've got huge unused potential from the viewpoint of decreasing the industrial emissions. Are you ready, if this model is going to be scaled up nationwide, to move forward in terms of implementing BAT, if the very same model will be introduced there at the state level? Thank you for the question. Hello, everyone. Well, in our case, our enterprise is dealing with steel, and the key pollutants would be actually the steel melting furnaces. And the issue of improving the environmental situation at the level of the enterprise and in our region in general is quite relevant and acute, starting maybe from 2011, 2012. And we've been very fruitfully working in this regard. Actually, we started the reconstruction of our gas purification systems within the steel melting furnaces. So the key works was done in 2012, 2014, but unfortunately, with the beginning of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, we faced certain financial challenges and we couldn't finalize this project in timely manner. By the way, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we have 6 furnaces at our enterprise, and namely, the strategy of development of our enterprise stipulated for reconstruction of all the furnaces. We wanted to start with 3, 4, and that's something we are still dealing with. Let me be frank. We were repeatedly trying to continue with the implementation of this project up till the beginning of the full-scale invasion, but every time we were facing the issue of funding. Well, for sure, that's the key issue here. Everybody understands that environmental project is not the one yielding a lot of money. It has got just environmental and social aspects. So you invest money in order to stick to environmental requirements, in order to decrease emissions, in order to... okay, Mr. Mann, speaking about your project, figure-wise, the project cost was this and this. We could decrease the emissions by this and this. And are you ready to scale it up further on if you haven't still covered certain furnaces? Will you be using this very approach if you have supported the state level? Thank you. Yeah, I started coming to that. Let me tell you about the scale up. Well, we plan to roll it out further. Now we are implementing the reconstruction project on furnaces 3 and 4, and we plan implementing 5, 6, 7, 8, meaning expanded this project to these gas purification units. We have these plans, and I believe we will succeed. Speaking about the figures, well, for sure, that's something really expensive and costly. We've prepared a short presentation. If we speak about your questions, I can have a look. Well, you can see the video of our production site. This is promotional video shot for the sake of my presentation today. Okay, how does it work? So, I can address these issues, especially as regards the cost. Relying on these figures, the total amount of the project with due account of the money that was spent within the previous period of time, more than 363 million hryvnias as of today. And this is just about reconstruction of gas purification units 3 and 4. So the scope of works includes the complete reconstruction, starting from the system of trapping the emissions and wrapping up with the discard pipe. And also, that's construction of the water supply system for the needs of the gas purification system. We spent 238 million hryvnias within this period, and the need would still be 124 million hryvnias to finalize this project. So, thanks to the support of GIZ, we have an opportunity to continue with these activities, and we are immensely grateful for that. In terms of figures, the grant support would be 62 million hryvnias plus, and we are getting the loan from a bank. What bank? Tascom Bank. Got it? So, that's if to answer your question figures-wise. Speaking about the ecological impact, have you got the expected decrease in pollution? Yep. Give me a second. So, the key pollutants in this very case we have would be dust. When the melting of the steel is happening, a lot of dust, I should tell you. This would be the solid particles, and also this would be the carbon dioxide. Speaking about decrease of these dust emissions, after the reconstruction, we would decrease the emissions by 337 tons per year in terms of dust. That's a lot. And let me reiterate that we plan to use more up-to-date purification systems within all the furnaces and get even maybe better figures. Mr. Roman, thank you. May I have yet another question as regards to your project? We are always saying that environmental projects are not that great in terms of return on investment if we don't speak about the energy component or renewable energy. But still, if to speak about return on investment through decrease in the tax amount, is there some important component we can be speaking about? Let me be frank here, a provocative question for me. Maybe if the state would help you out a bit and would increase this tax rate, then your going green would be more interesting to you. Will this be a huge stimuli for you to take appropriate decisions when you will have the grants at the very same time as a stimuli? Well, we can't call it some incentive or stimuli, but this will actually improve your situation through the grant reimbursements. Meaning, will you start paying less for your emissions? You didn't mention that. Thank you for this question. Sure. This is not an assistance to the enterprise, especially the enterprises that don't have an opportunity as of today to perform this reconstruction on their own. But speaking about the tax, yes, we were counting the tax rate. And to tell you the truth, that's quite a small amount after the reconstruction. So we would decrease the tax rate by 32,000 hryvnias. That's a negligible amount. And this is not the amount of money we, at least as of today, shall take into account when taking a decision as regards reconstructing this kind of systems. Thank you, Mr. Roman. Thank you for this frank answer. Let me remind you once again, we were speaking about the reconstruction of gas purification of the steel furnaces in Kremenchuk steel factory. They've achieved successes. They had an agreement with GIZ project and they were using the grant money, and they believe that this their experience shall be scaled up at the state level because that's a success. But the second answer from Mr. Roman was also very interesting. The figures that can be taken into account whenever we are calculating the decrease of the tax rate, these figures are negligible. What does it tell us? That the state needs to change something in this rate and in this figure. Okay, we will listen to other. No, Mr. Roman, that's okay. You know, the discussion shall lead to certain political decisions. We can't keep on saying that enterprises will be developing because the state has this motto, let's develop, let's go to the brighter future. Well, actually, Mr. Andriy remembers that that citizens started heat insulating their homes when the gas prices soared 10 times. Only after the prices soared, we got a desire to look for some solutions. So the state started helping and reimbursing from 20 to 50% of the cost of this project. This is, again, a win-win situation. Not just some mottos. Colleagues, we have questions online. We will ask them at the end of our panel discussion. And now, if you allow me, Mr. Roman, thank you sincerely. And we proceed to Andriy Turevich. Nemirov, company, responsible partnership, and biogas unit construction, thanks to GIZ. Hello, we called our presentation Responsible Partnership Grant GIZ as a stimuli to construct the biogas unit. It's the greatest pleasure that our company was mentioned today, and we are really treating all our partners responsibly, and I strongly hope that we will keep on having this very good reputation. I'm not going to speak about Nemirov company today, but about EVN company that in 2019 became the private owner of the alcohol plant. In 2019, 2020 through 2021, those were the years of pandemics, then full-scale invasion. And we started working in 2023 more seriously on it all. And then we participated in GIZ program. We are focusing on 3 key investment projects. That's the purification unit, 13,000 decaliters, then construction of raw material pipeline that will combine the gas unit and the distillery, and then the problem which we used to have, that's 600 tons of the waste, distillery waste. This is about huge amounts that we can measure in actually huge swimming pools of toxic substances. And previously, this enterprise belonged to the state, and unfortunately, this all was dumped into the filtration fields. And it stayed there, it poisoned the ground water, and the dander was very dangerous because it multiplied viruses and pests. We are a responsible company and we are treating it all very seriously, so we decided to look for solution. And cooperation with GIZ helped us a lot. We asked a question in what way we can solve this problem. We were thinking about processing the alcohol barred or dunder into animal fodder, and second of all, producing our own energy. And we were helped by GIZ in this regard. That was a great coincidence. In 2023, we participated. We understood that actually we are a great fit for that project. We sent all the documents needed, and we understood we could use anaerobic method and purification of the wastewater method. What did we get? 600 tons of distillery waste that is subject to 100% of processing. We get 12 million tons of biogas, which is equivalent of 7 million tons of natural gas. This is by 100% covers our own needs in saturated steam. Also, we have cogeneration, and we are producing our own electric energy. We are getting 186 tons of organic fertilizer, and we are not polluting air, groundwater, and soil. And we are strengthening our energy security. You can have a look in what way we've arranged it in this layout. And speaking about technical and economic benefits, in the first place, that's decreasing the environmental damage, that's being independent in terms of electricity. And now I would like to mention what cooperation with GIZ means to us. In the first place, that's the reputational capital. Company that is well known as Nemirov company had some complications with getting such grant support, which is why cooperation with international partners is of paramount importance for us, and it proves that we are a responsible partner and we are delivering on all the undertaking liabilities. Also, this confirms the high level of the project. I should tell you that financial stability is something very important. Any financial model which grants you access to financial resources, minimizes the risks for investors and all the other participants of this process. I want to mention that we were getting constant support of experts whenever preparing documents, when implementing the project, whenever dealing with the procurements. Also, we hope that our experience is going to be used by other companies and will allow them to get the same great results, and that this will actually add to the energy security of our country in general. As of today, speaking about the achievements of cooperation with GIZ, GIZ completely funded the design works, and together with GIZ, we've procured materials for construction of part of the raw materials pipelines. This is around 15,000 meters of high diameter, large diameter pipes. Together with GIZ, we have already constructed more or less 3 kilometers of gas and distillery waste pipe, which is part of our infrastructure. The next step we will launch the next month would be the construction works until the end of the year. In September, we plan to launch Nemeryvsky distillery, and then at the end of the year, the gas station or gas unit will become operational. So the results we got: instead of the ecological catastrophe, we get the clean environment. Instead of redundant expenses, we get energy independence and economy. We would like to express a gratitude for the trust, and together we will achieve great results and will become a great example to follow, an example of responsible partnership, and will move towards independence and the best practices.
Thank you so much, Andrei. So, dear colleagues, here's another success story for you. Very nice for scaling it up. And while the previous case was exclusively regarding reducing of pollution, here we see decarbonization, energy transformation, energy safety and security, and not to forget about the economic component. You mentioned it, there's not enough money. I think it's rather about the lack of proper ideas. With a good idea, money will follow. We are going to have another project on CO2 emission reduction. We want to reduce environmental impact. If we have a sustainable idea in mind, and well, sustainability should be sought in whichever aspect, not just environmental sustainability, then you won't have problems with financing. Okay, of BATs to be implemented, there is a specific one on biogas, which is well in tune with the national strategy aimed at making power generation more autonomous and with less resources spent. So a win-win scenario: distributed generation, lesser consumption, lesser emission, more autonomousness, and so on. Yep, exactly so. At the moment, we are looking at a model that we would like to use for our own consumption, but we also have partners, MHP, Agro, other companies with the experience of exporting purified methane to Europe. So some good idea to follow. We even consider the idea of green nitrogen. So again, Nemirov is not just a company used to be on your table, but also something about energy and good spending, responsible spending of environmental resource. Thank you, thank you. And we go to the next, last success story, which is about sewage treatment, and Radiviliv Moloko representative is with us to tell just this. Yeah, good morning, everyone. We won the GIZ grant already well deep in the project with industrial wastewater treatment plant going on. And this is quite a serious project because it's about very specific type of sewage treatment plant. I did myself a tour of Ukraine to see if there are any good examples, didn't find any, so I had to go to Europe, to Austria, to Poland, Germany, to see that best available technologies are long overdue and have to be used here. So we had a contact with Neuhaus, a Dutch companies with their technologies and modern equipment to match. So time to thank the GIZ for their assistance, which allowed us really kickstarting the building of those treatment plant facilities. Now we are approaching the end of it, and the project is more of environmental and social importance. I do hope that after it is commissioned, we'll have a demo facility for every milk processing plant in the country, for meat and small-sized companies. I do hope that with our experience, other dairy processing plants will follow the suit and step in with building the revised, updated treatment plant facilities. And our rated capacity is up to 5,000 cubic meters daily. This will, the updated equipment will allow us reducing our harmful emissions by more than 1,000 tons a year, actually reducing by 97% our adverse impact on water bodies. This will alleviate some social tensions at the community. Also, there were questions today as to whether the investments and things like that can return. Yes, they definitely will return through better public health. Well, it will be repaid in the future. It's about our people, our staff, our environment at the local level. Dear Anatoly, I see that your presentation nicely shows the environmental impact of the project in terms of reduced amounts of sewage dumped by 97%. For the rated 500 square cubic meters of waste dumped daily. Reduce exhaustion of natural resource like subsoil and so on, and which is also important. And you say that you can further use the purified treated sewage for household use, saving up to 36% of the current water consumption levels. So kind of double strike, less pollution, less consumption of resource, same water, because this is something that we really miss, and we are still trailing behind the EU in terms of the quality water consumed per capita. Yes, we do understand that there is no clear-cut IRR or other such factor to mention, unlike previous cases, but there is a very serious environmental impact. Yeah, a sizable environmental one, and some even economy can be reached through reduced consumption of initial water. Yeah, quite a nice example. Less water initially consumed also mean more money saved. So are you actually ready to go on? You showed the breakdown of funds, own funds 51%, GZ grant and loan facility 29%. Would you be ready to continue with same financial setup? Yeah, when we were working on our designing the project, we also thought about potentially scaling it up to match the pace of company development. So we do have plans to go bigger. Okay, thank you, thank you. Anatoly Radivilo Moloko, dairy processing plants, and the improved sewage treatment plants facilities. Thank you. Our colleagues, why I am nagging you with the question, are you ready to continue like that? Because we have 4 projects in this panel, and just ballpark figure of some 400 similar projects expected across the country. From here, the question as to whether companies will be ready to continue, you are going to serve as an example with your model. Thank you. Now, Vitaly Yerokhin, improved efficiency of manufacturing process, the Zhytomyr cardboard factory. Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Hope you can hear me now. Again, very big thanks. We are just starting our cooperation with the GZ. We are fresh through the initial application phase and approaching the stage of signing the grant agreement. Now, a couple of words about my industry. This cardboard factory is one of the biggest ones in the oblast. They work with cellulose pulp to produce paper and corrugated cardboard, packaging materials for foodstuffs, including the cartons for eggs. We are among the biggest egg carton producers, not just in Ukraine, but maybe also across the whole Europe. To give you a bit more information regarding our factory, our mission, our vision is about environmentally responsible treatments of every production phase. The whole production cycle is quite energy intensive, and it does require a lot of electricity and other energy resources. We need heat energy, so on. With the view of that, we had this project in mind. The project is aimed at improving energy performance of our paper mill. We want to modernize our equipment and related processes. Again, the top objective is to save on energy resources, improving economic performance, our production facility, and reducing industrial pollution through implementation of BAT, like vacuum system, heat tail recovery, and better thermal proofing. We want to reduce our energy costs. Giving you rough numbers, it's about more than 5,000 kilowatts a day. For a longer period, it's about 2 million kilowatt hours a year. Now, regarding the reduction of industrial pollution, as soon as we are through with our heat recovery system for the paper mill, and we intend to modernize our paper mill machinery to recover effectively the accumulated heat, and to also want to do the thermal proofing of the whole facility. This will improve our performance, and there is also social dimension because it will improve working conditions on the plant.
Я хочу акцентуватися дещо на екологічних перевагах.
Just to focus a bit more on environmental benefits of the project,
Впровадження оптимізованої вакуумної системи.
with optimized vacuum system, we will be able to reduce the load on our. Actually, we will replace our circular water pumps into turbo-ventilating equipment, which will save us 30% of the total power consumption. Quite a sizable figure for us. It will be felt by our company, and it even will be an improvement for the whole country in terms of heat recovery systems.
Говоримо про закриття сушильної частини,
We mean
що дозволяє нам
thermal insulation of the paper
пара у нас виробляється на
paper mill equipment. This will effectively reduce the amount of vapor we use to dry our paper, and for that we use wood chips fired burners.
спалювання тріски,
So by reducing the
зменшення
vapor consumption, the need for vapor, we will effectively reduce the wood chip burning exercise for us,
зменшення викидів оксидів
more than 1,000 tons a year, and reducing CO2 and NO emissions.
Ну, я ще трошки зупинюся про технологічні рішення.
A couple of words regarding technological solutions. I wouldn't tag them as complete innovations because these have been the things already working at our other companies in Ukraine and elsewhere abroad. But still, we were able to
Як завжди,
copy the experience. The only problem we had was money, as usual. So this wasn't a completely new project to us. We would consider it even before the start of the full-scale invasion. And then we understood that after 2022, we decided to restart our investing activities in 2023, and that brought the project into prominence. So thanks to also support from the GIZ.
економіки України,
Within this overall trend of helping the economic recovery of the country, we have strong hopes of finalizing the project.
ну я хочу сказати, що за рахунок чого ми плануємо профінансувати
So sources of financing for the project,
залучення кредитних коштів,
loan facility using the 579 governmental program, our own funds, and 20% of GIZ grant. This is a combination that
ну цей проект став якби для нас реалістичним.
has allowed us to practically implement the project. Without this grant assistance, it would be increasingly complex for us, and we wouldn't probably attempt it.
Програмі GIZ, який дозволив
So thanks to the GIZ and the government loan facility, we have been able to work on it. And I think that in the second semester of 2025, we will be able to report some positive results. Yes, again, this is a project to improve performance of the Zhytomyr cardboard mill. And it has been implemented using GIZ 20% grant with some environmental, economic, and energy efficiency impact. So in our panel, we have two projects that are purely environmental in nature, and another two also have this decarbonizing component with some better economic performance, CO2 emission reduction, reduction of other sorts of emissions, and also some strong link to BATs. So two of the projects have an economic component to them that needs just a little monetary push to help them roll. Two other projects do not have the economic basis as in the two previous ones. But again, it requires certain understanding also from the government as to how to properly support projects based on their type. And before we move on to the next speakers, I'd like to ask you, dear colleagues, have you addressed banks with your financial needs? I understand that everyone, yeah. Who of you used Bank lending facility for that purpose? No, none of you. Okay, a new question to us, from us to Bank. What about BATs? What are these for you? Are you intending to chip in this slew of green projects, and you have quite a sizable staff, a team able to analyze projects to see what kind of financing could be made available. And Bank is a partner with the 579 program, because the previous speaker said that however good the grant is, without a loan facility, it wouldn't be a challenge to implement it. So, dear Bank representative, what is your offer to BIT-minded projects, alternative energy power related projects? Welcome, Alexei Savin, the person from Bank in the good knowledge of the topic. Yeah, thank you. An avalanche of questions. I hope only I can remember all of them. But let's start from the beginning. Actually, projects related to reduced industrial emissions, we have them for the total cost of more than 3 billion hryvnias. Still a negligible number in my view, because, well, we call ourselves an environmental bank of Ukraine, with the thorough experience of such projects for the past 8 years, totaling more than 45 billion hryvnias. From here, 3 billion is less impressive indeed. But here's the question: why some companies can work to reduce their industrial emissions, or think about BATs? Actually, first of all, I'd like to mention the thing that unfortunately isn't of primary importance for everyone in Ukraine. It's about the image, corporate image of it. Because a company with minimum emissions, air, water, land, these companies tend to have better corporate image. They can get better loans and more attention from domestic, international lenders, and so on. For the 8 years of my communication with our customers, I can tell you, we've been dealing with practically minded people, and not a single company for the period would introduce something just for the sake of the corporate image. So all of them wanted certain economic benefits. And yes, we have exporters conscious of how their products are and have to be accepted in Europe, with good understanding what needs to be done for that. But still, it is about money. It's about turnovers, about profit margin. So money is there. And then the second option is about reduced payments, whether it's about taxes or maybe some sanctions, fees, and so on. Again, if we have a project for 62 million hryvnias, and the economic benefit is like in the range of 32,000 hryvnias, definitely it won't keep the company director awake at night. Maybe the economic repercussions have to be closer to those in Europe for companies to be suddenly mindful of the aftermath. If we speak about, say, taxes to be collected from a big company, which is a major polluter, then probably there should be some incentive of having some of the tax returned to the company to develop, to improve, to innovate. And companies will decide what mechanism works better. If a company has a project of certain duration, then time will also talk. And for those exclusively relying on grants, there will be no incentive related to saving money and having less exposure to inflation, for example. But anyway, projects with better economic returns is always more successful. Yeah, SMEs can be a good example of that. Say, one BAT solution for an SME could be some sort of machinery with digitized management, which optimizes costs, raw materials, their consumption, and so on. It can be regarded indeed as a BAT for the SME in question. So, and yes, we have big companies, we have SMEs, and for all of them, actually, the corporate image is and should remain a priority. By the way, this also includes utility companies or municipal companies. These are like, captive companies to some extent because they are tied to local governments, elections, exposure, so on. So their emission levels may not be the priority, and they should be. A couple of years ago, we had a meeting with a meat factory from the central part of the country, and they said that they had some water pollution. They also mentioned that they wanted some sort of preferential loan facility for them because they had in mind to go onto the European market. Unfortunately, at the time, there was no such option as this grant facility from GIZ. And at that time, this meat plant needed at least 3 million euro worth of support, definitely beyond the capacity of any grantor. Ultimately, from what I remember, they said that it would be still cheaper for them to continue paying for their water pollution. Think of some thousands of hryvnias a month versus a tremendous loan burden. And actually, back in 2021, we had quite a large pool of big companies, metal processing, energy-intensive ones that we could serve. And unfortunately, as painful as it sounds, we had companies from Mariupol, the metal plants from there. That's,
Чи вірно
you
я
know.
розумію з вашої тези, що
Okay,
використання
just a question to you.
ефективних
Am I right to understand
не
that
тільки суб'єкти приватної приватизації,
BATs can be available not just to private companies, but also to municipal or utility enterprises
політичної волі
who are also polluting ones?
економічних аргументів, а з точки зору політичної волі
Well, there can be political will engaged to help them adopt BATs, to make them an example for others,
вірно я розумію?
to become trailblazers. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, then another question. Now you say you have energy efficiency related projects according to 579 loan facility. Okay, do you have any project within 579 program to implement BATs? Yes, potentially, yes. Well, we have a technical team to calculate the details of every project, but there is no specific calculation for BATs. So there is no separate, clean BAT component.
Зменшення забруднення промислового власних
Actually, it is not just about our bank. There is no such a dedicated BAT loan facility across the country. Well, maybe it's time to talk to the government. Well, not just to the government, also with international organizations. We had some initial talks before the war, but then the war meant some change. And yes, there are different projects also, alternative fuel, renewable projects, and so on, which also contribute to reducing the emissions. Okay, you have about 10 years of green projects related funding experience. And you say you still have technical professionals able to be outsourced to assess would be projects. So you can be a part of this cooperation with government in order to have these projects implemented. Yes, but, well, given the number will be sensible. So this should not be some cheap, small, petty project that will require a lot of technical expertise with little bang for the buck. Yeah, a dozen or two of projects, each costing $500,000, will take much more efforts and resource from us than a couple of projects, 100 million worth each.
And we can proceed to the questions online. May I ask a question supporting this question? Mr. Oleksiy, tell me please, what do you think? In Ukraine, they passed the law on integrated prevention of industrial pollution, and currently the enterprises in a certain period of time would need to comply with the ecological norms. Will this stimulate the market as regards provision of certain programs from the Ukrainian banks? Well, have a look. Demand creates offer. If there is interest in that, for sure. But I see greater results in terms of CBAM rather than a carbon border adjustment mechanism. Yeah, and speaking about CBAM, you felt the impact? Well, again, up to 2022, there were plenty of negotiations, and there were negotiations on modernization, and now we returned to CBAM ecological certification. Now we have negotiations. Objectively, we can say this is like selling quotas, so trading quotas we don't yet have in Ukraine. Okay, then to continue with the trend set out by Mr. Andrei, banks are thinking money-wise. What's your feeling? At the very beginning of the reform, with the transitional period and the deadlines as regards introducing BAT. Is this a message for enterprises today that will lead to the situation when they launch this process of looking for funding, of implementing projects? Or you believe that the key incentive here would be other approaches like taxation that would urge businesses to become greener. So what can actually lead us to the situation when we are not at the same level in 5 years? Okay, let me go back to what I was mentioning. Reputation matters, first of all, but we need to go back to the fact that plenty of economy is destroyed. We need to rebuild it, to restore it, and we don't need to restore it to the obsolete level it used to be at 5 years ago. We need to create technological economy this time. So we are hopeful that the war will be over and the reconstruction programs will be involving money, and we need to use that money to actually employ the newest technologies. Yeah, but the state won't rebuild and reconstruct the private enterprises. Okay, but there is 578 program, and they will be helping private businesses. Okay, so you mean the subsidized loans then, not the direct support? Yeah, through loans, through decreasing the tax rates, through creating free economic zones. Yep, there will be influence of the state. Mr. Alexei, thank you, Ukarkasbank. Now I have a question. Mr. Andrei, do we have questions from the room and then online questions? Okay, Mr. Andrei says that we can see the room. So the questions from the room first. So we saw your question first, then you go second and you go third. The microphone, please. And introduce yourself. Hello, Irina Chernys, Civil Society Organization, Save Dnipro. I have a question to Mr. Roman, but at first one reflection, if I may. You are saying a lot that enterprises in their environmental programs don't have the return on investment, but I want to mention that in our country, we don't take into account the influence of the contaminated environment on health of the population and capacity of work of population. And we have intensive migration and demographic crisis. So actually here we speak about shifting the responsibility from enterprises to shifting this responsibility to the state, which is why we are trying to do something and implement best available techniques as well as other steps. But I have a question to Mr. Roman. The question is as follows. What kind of reconstruction did you employ? What you've improved in this sewage facilities? And did you do that in order to actually comply with some requirements or just introduce BAT? And the question, whether in the course of this ecologization, you've installed monitoring systems to control the emission levels and to understand the real impact this would have, because we understand that without control, without proper monitoring, we can't be speaking about anything else here. And yet another comment as regards incentives and stimuli we speak about today a lot. Mr. Alexei can confirm that in 579 program there are requirements of international donors that are also part of funding of this program, not just from the state budget and not just Ukrainian state funds this. As regards requirements to implement ESG, and one of its part would be ecological impact, environmental impact. So you are going greener and you get the preferable conditions. And today's panel confirms that. And through these mechanisms, we can clearly demonstrate that we shall not be expecting just the state and citizens to be responsible for this. Let me comment on Dear colleagues, I'm sorry. We are going to give the floor then, but at first let's answer the question. Thank you for this question. Our enterprise, as I was already mentioning, is currently at the stage of implementing all this works, and our project stipulates for complete replacement of the gas pipes, gas purification units of the furnaces. We are installing the new technological filters, which for sure comply with, I believe, item or clause 87 of the BAT approach. And we are also, before working with BAT, we had an intent to have the ecological monitoring system in place that will ensure ongoing tracking of the emission levels and will give us information whether the gas purification unit works efficiently. And that way we'll have an opportunity to register this data and analyze this data appropriately and make some informed decisions to fine-tune the system. Thank you for your question, dear colleagues. Next question. Good, it works. Tell me, please, whether now all the members of our panel discussion, those who were present at the first panel discussion, and maybe you can give me the answers later in a written format. So, I'm Lyudmila Olinik, National Office of UN Habitat. Do you know? It doesn't matter from where you come, private sector, industry, PPP, other programs. Do you, and actually representatives of Ukrgazbank, do you know whether you have a state sector or municipal sector in the bank? You know, we started researching an issue as follows. The local self-government authorities are refusing to take part in the development of private partnership, shifting all the responsibility to private sector, and the private sector is ready to support cooperation with the state. But do you know that there is such a tool as UN Habitat International Forum? I've seen that there were certain notifications about celebration of UN Habitat Day, and that there's this investment tool which is there for all the sectors that take care of environmental friendly approaches. It can be an industrial modernization program. It can be also something implemented with the use of this tool. And that's the problem of ensuring the viability of the new narratives, of the new values which are declared by the government today. You are trying to reach a helping hand. So my general question would be, do you know about this UN Habitat tools, which is an investment tool, which actually includes all the indicators of sustainable development? Thank you. Thank you for your question. Dear colleagues, a very quick answer to this question, whether you know about this tool. If we don't have an answer now, we can actually have a discussion when we drink coffee. Okay, colleagues? Great. Because the question is very profound and it requires more profound discussion here. And question number 3.
Будь ласка,
You're welcome.
надайте.
Could we give the microphone to the gentleman?
Онлайн.
Hello. Director of Ecology Department, Donetsk region. Administration. What city? Donetsk region. Donetsk region, Donetsk Oblast. I have a question. At this round table, we don't have ecological inspection representatives, right? Environmental inspection. Do we? They were not funding any measures. Okay, but there are 2 pollutants. The first one was operational and had all the permits to operate without any purification, any decontamination, and it was actually operational for many, many years. Then the second one, we were just discussing their decontamination units, and you purify the water by 97%. But Franz, when did you have the environmental inspection looking at your operation, whether you had to pay any fines if something was wrong? You know, what I'm leading to, the incentive would be to lift the moratorium on environmental inspection. If the environmental inspection is doing what they are intended to do, then there will be incentive for the enterprise to really play fair and to deal with 579 and the other tools which are out there. That's a good one. Thank you, colleagues. But what's interesting thing, we had environmental inspection, but we didn't see significant changes, and we can't discuss this full-fledgedly now. So everybody present here, let me transform this question a little bit. When you had this inspection and when you are going to have inspection would not be the best question possible, but do you believe that environmental inspection is one of the tools of auditing your efficiency from the viewpoint of moving towards P80? And this tool will help you analyzing your problems and will urge you to implement P80. Okay? Are you okay with me rephrasing it like this? Dear colleagues, if I may, when the bank is part of the inspection, we will give you the floor. But now that's the question to the enterprises. Dear colleagues, 2 enterprises. And then the position of the bank. Okay. Thank you for this question. I would like to clarify a bit. Before the reconstruction, we also had gas purification units. They were there for sure. They were a bit obsolete, as we say, morally obsolete. They are still actually meeting the requirements and certain requirements set in the regulations, but we are moving towards Europe, so we are moving towards more rigid limits, and with that goal in mind, we started implementing this project 10 years ago. We started working in this direction, and we clearly understood that sooner or later we would have to deal with that. In the first place, we were dealing with the reconstruction of gas purification units using the local capacities. But now, coming back to the essence of your question, whether inspection would stimulate us to modernize the gas purification units. Oh, yeah. You mean the monitoring system, to have it in place. Okay, the monitoring system in place would be the issue regulated by the legislation. We have to have these gas purification units, and any project dealing with steel furnaces shall have the appropriate monitoring system. Dear colleagues, I beg your pardon. we are proceeding somehow to the discussion, but we will do that when we drink coffee. And we are still having a roundtable discussion. I would like to give the floor to everybody. I see a question in the room, and I also see we have 3 questions online. So a remark from Ukrgas Bank, a short remark, and then yet another question from the room. And then we have 3 online questions. Let us stick to the agenda because at 1 we have to be drinking coffee. Very short comment. Banks started undertaking the function of environmental inspections. 2 sentences. With the implementation of the risk management, we are splitting the level of the risks at the level of enterprise into A, B, and C level. If they don't stick to certain requirements, they would be fined and or might not get loans in the future. Okay, a practical case. Introduce yourself. Kostyantin, civil society organization, Save Dnipro. As a representative of civil society, let me mention some harsh things. Oh, but speak up, we can't hear you. Yeah, as a representative of the civil society, I can be a bit more harsh. So, if some alien from Mars come to us today and listens to us, they would have the impression that really we lack some stimuli here for business to get modernized, that businesses need to be urged to modernization. But I would like to draw your attention to the fact that political will is there. It's there in the law which was passed, because actually the eco-modernization was mentioned there within the time frame of 7 years, and maybe not everybody understands that enterprises, after they get the integrated permit, would have 7 years in order to fulfill these requirements. And I don't see the need in any other stimuli. This is a direct sanction. We shall not be hiding this norm behind the political correct approach. The question is whether the sanction could be used by the state against those enterprises that do not meet the requirements of the integrated permit system. Because now we have examples when certain enterprises are not actually meeting the requirements of emissions to the atmospheric air, but the state is not applying any sanctions against them. So this is the key question of this from. May I ask a question? Based on your experience, what the state shall be using is dictated by the law. But whether the state can and will be doing this, what's your question? Based on my experience, we are not... Well, Ukraine does not stick to all the requirements which are out there, meaning sometimes we fail to do what the legislation says, and there are certain enterprises, they don't meet these requirements, don't fulfill them. Okay, if we don't start the discussion about the stimuli, we will meet each other in 7 years, and we would understand that the law was declarative and the state was not enforcing the law, and no sanctions were used, which is why we are having a discussion what to do in order to incentivize the enterprises to stick and to the law. Do you agree that that's the essence of this discussion? I agree that we need to start enforcing the law. Okay, we'll have a separate roundtable discussion about that. Thank you so much. And dear colleagues, we are going to proceed to online questions. Oh, we still have one in the room. Hello, everyone. I would like to clarify one thing. Is there a mechanism of reimbursing the taxes paid? Business owners are investing a lot of money, millions, dozens of millions, and in what way these taxes are going to be reflected in the accounting documents? So maybe this would help incentivizing. Good, good. This is the responsibility of the state for the taxes that were paid. Mr. Bogdan, Director of the Department of Ministry of Ecology, will participate in the next panel, and maybe you can address this question to him, because we don't have representatives of the authorities here. Let us proceed to online questions. When are we going to have the high-quality reform of the state inspection? Okay, we are saying when the inspection will come up to the enterprises to check whether the law is enforced, but actually online representatives, participants are asking us when we are going to have the reform of this inspection. Okay, I'm not addressing this to speakers because this is the question to the authorities. Maybe that's not really relevant now. The next one. The environmental tax rate increase will lead to huge tax burden. What about increasing the level of respecting the environmental values? I believe actually we need to address the Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources. You know, colleagues, you're right. We can create a lot of tools, but if we don't communicate with the enterprises on a daily basis, with the businesses, with the civil society, with the owners of polluting industries, it won't be implemented and enforced. Really, we need to be speaking about awareness raising, mindset changes. And question to Andriy Hunko. Mr. Andriy, have you heard about method of gasification of solid organic waste? What's your opinion as regards implementing this technology in Ukraine? It was mentioned. That's the question to Andriy Hunko. Yes, yes, black on white. Yeah, thanks. Thank you for this question. I don't know who asked it, actually. Recently, we had a discussion with one enterprise in Ukraine that produces, as they see it, up-to-date equipment, which meets the up-to-date requirements, high-tech requirements, and there was a lengthy discussion as regards gasification of the waste as alternative energy source. That's really relevant for the industrial waste, household waste. I know why they ask me this question. So let me tell you that we need to look into the technical manuals of BAT for every industry and look for this technology, whether it's out there. If it's out there, somehow I think it's not, then this technology can be used. But again, this is of recommendation nature, because according to the BAT approaches, these requirements can be met by various methods and techniques. Yes, I've heard about this technology from the author of this question, and I can have a separate discussion with him. Thank you, Mr. Andriy. Dear colleagues, pay attention that the next panel is also very interesting. We are going to have Bogdan Semenenko, Director of Department of Preventing Industrial Emissions and Climate Policies. We'll speak about vision, state support programs, and we can address a lot of questions to Mr. Bogdan, because he can talk about the vision of the ministry. We have representatives of GIZ project who will express their own opinion as regards these tools, and also online we will hear direct of the team of support to the reform implementation, Svetlana Sushko, and Monica Probilo, international expert of GIZ project. So we are going to have next panel from 2 to 3:45. Please take part. And now the most expected part, coffee break. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, dear colleagues, for great answers, for great questions, for successful projects. And we would like such projects to be scaled up in Ukraine. Thanks.
і панелі і дискусії на ній. У нас є спікери офлайн, спікери онлайн. Відповідно, прохання до вас, давайте займати.
Okay, we can go back to our seats as our roundtable discussion is about to begin. Again, we will be talking about legislative reforms.
Колеги, будь ласка.
Dear colleagues,
Колеги, будь ласка.
please take your seats. Please take your seats.
Колеги, будь ласка.
I kindly and cordially invite you to assume your stated positions.
Цікава у вас дискусія. Я впевнений, що ви її можете
Dear colleagues,
проводити після
I'm very much sure of the great interest you have in the discussion, but
Колеги, ви нас чуєте? Колеги, дуже приємно, у вас дуже цікава дискусія. Ми бачимо. Я впевнений, що вам буде що додати саме до наших спікерів.
I'm very much sure it will be possible for you to vent the remaining concerns of yours with the participants in due time. I'd like to invite to the panel Bogdan Semenenko, Director of Department for Industrial Pollution Prevention, Ministry of Environment Protection. We are also waiting for Sergei Vykhrist,
Експерт проекту найкраще
an expert from the BAT project, the GSZ-based project. Dear Sergei, we are waiting just for you.
перепрошую пару хвилин, почекаємо.
I'm truly sorry, Bogdan. We're still waiting for the second expert to join us. And we have two more experts online. Svetlana Sushko, Acting Director of the Reform Support Team at Ministry, and Monika Pribilova, an international expert of the GSZ-based BAT project. Thank you, dear Sergei, for finding time for us.
Ви можете цю сумку залишити десь.
You can safely leave your bag elsewhere. Ah, this is a promo. This is merchandise promotion. Okay.
Пане Сергію, дякую. Отже, колеги, сподіваюсь,
So,
що всі наші експерти приєднані. Зараз ми
Colleagues, I hope we have all of the experts with us.
онлайн.
A pair of them offline, two of them online. And again, we also have the possibility for online participants to put their questions and report feedbacks. We will find time to respond, and we do expect engagement from the floor. It is really heartwarming to see people using their phones to memorialize the event. Now, Bogdan, you represent the department in charge of the industrial pollution-related policies. We have a very challenging piece of legislation enacted, which is about permits, authorizations, interactions with economic agents. There are certain specific things that may not be entirely clear if you just fleetingly familiarize yourself with the law. So from here, maybe better, stronger communication with businesses will allow for better integration of the legislation. So would you please enlighten us about all the aspects of this law, all the pitfalls, if any, and benefits of reform-related cooperation, procedural issues, if any. And then we will switch over to Sergei, one of the experts who has helped with the refinement of the legislative framework on the topic. And he will hopefully have some info regarding legislative innovations. Also, with previous panels, we had some additional questions to government authorities, and it would be nice to hear your comments on them as well. So, Bogdan, please. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have my presentation on screen? Right. So good afternoon again. It's really a pleasure to see that the floor is still rife with people even after the rich meal. And we are ready to continue with this live discussion. We had a previous event on 16th of January to tell more, like we had it with speakers from first panels. We tried to explain how we want to communicate the reform, how all the legal regulatory acts are to be provided so that by end of August, all the market operators are able to live in new realities shaped by this legislation. And now I would really like to sort of continue the dialogue we initiated on 6th of January. This slide represents our ministerial technical KPIs. This is a set of cross-cutting KPIs for all of our discussions. This is what we are striving for. This is what we are working on. Actually, it lists all the measures envisaged within the new system, and I would like to stop briefly on each of them, like we had it on 16th of January. So first of all, foremost, it's the dialogue with businesses. There's a rather relevant thing for both the previous, the current system. It concerns how applications are to be filled out, supplied, how communication with competent authorities should go, all sorts of consultations we will be providing within the meaning of the registry. Actually, we've started this communication already. Whenever something happens, we busily gather roundtable discussion to tell you more, to provide you with clarifications, to prepare you, so that you have the full set of information and document when deciding when to apply for a permit, how to behave in given situations, and how to generally work with documents and prepare them. All of this will be digitized and made available online because we are living in the world where you simply cannot thrive any longer without digital technologies. On the other hand, they really simplify the lives of everyone. For you as well, because digital things make it necessary to have all those mountains of documents in in paper form. So it will be a registry with cloud storage functionality, and it will be sitting in the system for you so that whenever an update is needed, you will be able to change everything on the fly. Now, with European integration in sight, we are transposing Directive 75, and we want to make it in consensual way, in agreement with our market operators, explaining them all the benefits of the new tool set. There's a window of opportunity now for you, and it allows tweaking the system, getting rid of all the hiccups there to make it better and more suited to the needs. Yes, we spent 5 years to adopt this law. I would discuss with you whether it is too long or too short, because even in the EU, Some similar initiatives would take many more years with lots of discussions and deliberations. It even can be seen and felt in the CBAM-related reform. Now, we have a deregulation and integrated approach. We are simplifying the whole system, coming down from 3 initial permits to the one environmental permit. Victoria mentioned the deregulation efforts. We want the wide public have better access to digitized, most up-to-date information to enable discussions and debate. We want market operators to have it easier, whether they will be applying documents or communicating with the ministry, the oversight authorities. So these are the KPIs we have set for ourselves, and throughout the reform, we will continue implementing them. Surely many more things remain to be done. There are also challenges in place. It is about adopting bylaws. It is about beta testing of an IT system. We are planning to launch it this spring. The most important things are these. We want to do it in shortest possible terms to enable you as competent authority representatives, as public representatives to have it. We want to offer everyone involved this opportunity of beta testing the system, and we will be looking for your feedbacks so that by August we are complete. We are done with all the preparatory phase. And yes, we will have to translate BAT-related documents. Yes, there is certain grace period regarding BAT implementation, but the work is nevertheless very important and time-specific. And from early experience of our working groups, we can see that translations, even if done by professionals, are not always able to properly really translate all the legal aspects pertinent to the topic. Dear Bogdan, without interrupting you, there's a question online as to whether you intend to continue with translation of documents and what kind of activities will be subject to translation of documents. Yes, there's a legal regulation on BAT translation, and there is a legally provided term of when the work groups will have to be created. Without giving you out too much information, I can tell you that most of the documents will be translated already this year, and they will be made available to work groups for joint work. We are also counting on professional associations, on international technical assistance. They will help us to translate the documents. So our further plans include setting up work groups and approving the final terminology glossary. Here is the glimpse of what we've been doing since 16th of January. A bit more than a month ago we started it, and this information is probably known just for those who are monitoring our website. Still, this is a very substantial piece of work done by our lawyers, our team members inside the ministry. We are all working together to make the implementation of this law as seamless as possible, avoiding any double entendre or doubts or inconsistencies. We have two cabinet resolutions adopted this month to approve the procedure of designing and approving the conclusions of BAT.
Кабінет міністрів, і я думаю, найближчим часом прийме про затвердження порядку організації та проведення
There's another resolution regarding public debates on the matter.
проект постанови, котрий насправді був дуже
Very important draft regulation.
конструктивний, був дуже діалог з органами
It was preceded by a very constructive dialogue with other government authorities and stakeholders during the reconciliation meetings.
вже для того, щоб почати якраз таки проводити громадське обговорення. Ще є два
And we have two more legal regulations that are mostly ready for public debates.
правових актів, котрі у нас зараз
These are draft cabinet resolutions. We are going to launch them for discussion in the short future, in the near future. And definitely we are not working just with cabinet resolutions. We are also looking to harmonizing relevant ministerial orders. There are regulatory authorities issuing permits and authorizations. We need to have it seamless. This is like everyday work that is far from fanfares and limelight, but it is very important. We have three work groups with different central bodies of the executive. These are tasked with resolving certain aspects. They will bring clarity as to ministerial orders to be updated, amended, and we are lucky to have some time for it. Now, going back to feedbacks and responses to things mentioned during the first panel. You do remember the keynote speakers, and you do remember the timeline. The question of timeline to transit towards new law-provided rules. And yes, it involves certain cases to show regarding potential deadlines for permits issuance and certain qualification criteria for that. So actually, there are four cases, main cases. There are installations in operation. These are split into those that will operate further, and the others slated for what we call death permit. That is, the installations to be decommissioned within the upcoming decade. And there's also a provision for installations to be commissioned for the first time.
місяців з дати початку роботи повноцінного цього закону. Для них, для кожного
That means installations to be commissioned within the first 12 months in the enforcement of the law.
розповсюджено, в тому числі на сайті Міндовкілля.
So there will be a presentation on each of these cases. It will be placed on our ministerial website, and you can use it as a prompt for your activities. For simplicity purposes, we try to further break down information into a variety of options with examples to help market operators come to terms as to what option they should be considering. So suppose you are an operator of new installation and you intend to have a new one that will be subject to regulation. According to our law, there is a certain path you will have to follow. So suppose you tend to have it operational in May 2026, or case number 4 in our presentation. Installation, a new one to be commissioned within 12 months since the enforcement of the law. From here, you have this window of opportunity. and definitely you need it particularly clear from us as to how to apply. You are limited in the application term, that is, first 3 months since the enforcement of the law. That is, the deadline will come on 8th of November 2025.
Законними актами передбачено, що орієнтовно ми будемо розглядати і вся процедура, в тому числі громадські слухання проводити. Тобто
So the whole procedure, the public debate involved,
що
all
максимум
the procedure will be no longer than 110 working days.
подасте і не отримаєте якихось зауважень.
Supposedly,
Тому в рамках
you are not going to get any request for clarifications or request for correction.
така установка отримає інтегрований довкілевий
So if everything goes as intended, on 8th of April 2026, the new installation will get this environmental permit. And this is a rather expedite procedure. If we compare it with some EU member states, I do remember our visit with the project to Czech Republic, and they had the duration of 180 something days. Meanwhile, we have just 110.
в реаліях і
This allows us to improve performance that way.
вже буде інтегрований довкілевий дозвіл.
And ideally, by the beginning of the commissioning date, you will be
Другий кейс – це ви
provided with all the necessary documents.
один з
Another option is when you are an operator of an existing installation
наприклад, в травні 26-го року.
with one of permits for that installation about to expire in May 2026. Here you have two options. You can ask for apply for an environmental permits rights
Код вже в діючому реєстрі
immediately,
в серпні місяці. Насправді ви можете
and you will be able to start this application already
умовно дата,
come August.
повністю введено в експлуатацію дієвий
Actually, it depends on when the registry will be made operational. As soon as it is there, you can start. You can start preparing the set of documents even before that.
Але дедлайн
If you are confident, you know what you need to have.
довкілевий дозвіл,
Now, if you want to get an updated environmental permit to replace the old ones in May 2026,
якраз 110 днів робочих у вас буде для процедури,
then
десь 1.05 ви будете мати можливість
you will have about 120 days until the stated May date to submit your initial set of documents.
30 робочих днів. Він, звичайно, може
The initial consideration starts with 30 days, I think, deadline, and if no questions asked, the second step of approval will start automatically.
брати це до уваги. Тому 1.05 ви вже отримаєте інтегрований
So that way, by 1st of May 2026, you will get your updated brand new environmental permit to work within the meaning of the law.
на
The second option,
зараз якраз нашим перехідним періодом.
this is what
Таким чином,
in our transition grace period considerations,
початку 26-го року
you may decide that in early 2026 you are going to submit a set of documents,
з запасом, з урахуванням того, що, можливо, у вас закінчився дозвіл не на випуск,
say maybe
десь до
your
перший,
atmospheric emissions permit is about to expire, or maybe you want to get a new one just in advance before the expiry date. This is the set of steps for you to follow, but you have to understand that until August 2028, under our law, you will have to prepare a set of documents for an integrated environmental permit. To say that you will have about 3 years more to refine your
підготувати пакет
permissions
документів. І
and your
десь
sets of
в
documents.
січні місяці 29-го року це крайній термін.
So in January 2029 will be the final deadline by which you will have started operation with new environmental permit. So here's a choice of options for you. You will have to look carefully
Роботи вашого підприємства.
based on your company's strategy.
Отримання
The third example
званого на смерть. Що
is the decommissioning permit, or the death permit, if you will.
це другий варіант.
This is option number 2, and the law provides that for such installations
Будуть
slated for decommissioning,
зафіксовані екологічні нормативи, діючі на момент отримання
there should be environmental norms
дозволу на смерть, але з умовою, що
in place
субсидіювання має зупинити таку установку на протязі 10 років.
under the condition that the market operator will have to decommission the installation within 10 years since the enactment of the law.
Цей
That is,
зробити насправді аж до
by
20 року,
the,
коли ви можете
by early August
дати
2035.
8 серпня
In doing so,
28 рік, тут неправильно трошки,
sorry, there should be 2028.
подати
There's a mistake here.
інтегрований довкіловий дозвіл, і до
So by 2028, you will have to provide a set of document to apply for the integrated environmental permit. And by 1st of January 2029, you will have to get your permit for an installation that will be decommissioned within the decade.
ви можете хоч 8 серпня 2025, як тут сказано,
And really, if you are quite sure about the fate of the installation, you can start applying for that permit already in 2025.
зараз в діючий
The most complex case is for operators of existing installations
вважаєте, що власне
whenever
установки в рамках існуючих
you think that there are 3 installations working with air pollution limitation permits, water usage permits, and so on.
інтегрованих
And for some reason, you want to get 3 different integrated environmental permits, or maybe 2 of them.
установки, наприклад, які
To me, let's say
ремонтні або ще інші,
one type of installations in repair shops will have
котрі передбачені
just an ordinary permit under the legislation, not an integrated one.
наприклад, там
The remaining 2 installations, like CHPs, for example, units,
смерті
will be decommissioned
інтегрований звичайний довкіловий дозвіл, бо він
and just a standard environmental permit for some third type of equipment.
знову ж таки довідник, яким чином,
And here is an advisory for you,
якщо ви хочете секторальний дозвіл отримати,
how to act in this situation. If you are willing to have a sectoral level permit,
ви маєте відокремити від інших дозволів,
you will have to separate the installation from remaining permits. You will have to prepare relevant documents
з документами,
so that you will be able to supply the relevant set of document by the specified date of 2028. The key rule here
інший дозвіл, котрий покриває ту частину
is that installation will have to have another permit
та ту частину
covering operations,
не буде покрита
covering the installation that will be beyond the integrated environmental permit.
котрі
The key rule here is that
хоч якийсь дозвіл.
each of the installations will need to have at least some sort of permit.
29-го ви отримаєте
So you will get the permit for the special use of all this waste up to 2029. You will get permit for emissions into atmospheric air, the integrated permit, and the commissioning one. So within the framework of one environmental integrated permit, you can get per one installation covered by this permit and actually include the decommissioning permit for the other installation. And for all these purposes, you would send just one package of documents. So, these are the key things I wanted to highlight on the basis of the feedback I heard at the first roundtable discussion. And I strongly hope that it became clear, at least a little bit. For sure, I'm ready to participate in Q&A session and have a fruitful dialogue in order to answer all the questions you might have. And if I don't know the answer right here, right now, I can give you the answer later in written format or answer you during the next offline or online session. Thank you, Mr. Bogdan. Dear colleagues, we are planning to work like this. We're going to have next speakers delivering their presentations, but Mr. Bogdan highlighted very systemic, profound reform. Maybe there are questions to Mr. Bogdan. Maybe let us first have this Q&A to Mr. Bogdan, and then we'll proceed to the next speakers. Yes, colleagues, I see two questions already. Raise your hands higher a little bit. Mr. Vladislav, you go first, then you, Mr. Serhiy. Hello, dear friends. Thank you so much. Very interesting presentation. Vladislav Antipov, Director General of CERNO, Head of the Ecological Committee of the Industrial Chamber, and just a common citizen of Ukraine. I remember several years ago, Mr. Serhiy was saying that everything would be great and the reform will not create new obstacles for business. It really happened so. Everything is happening that way. But my question is very simple. As of now, we understand that some things are already there, stipulated by the law, some are not. As of now, what procedures do you see where business might face obstacles with getting of the integrated permit? What we need to pay attention to right now, and to expect certain challenges in certain aspects to prepare ourselves right here, right now. Thank you. Okay, I can take that one. I believe Mr. Serhiy will answer as well. So, we strongly hope, and we are actually conducting these roundtable discussions to prepare for August not to have any challenges and problems. What we see, what we expect in terms of challenges, that's the definition of the installation. That's one of the sore points we would really like to investigate further in order to properly and systematically deliver the message to every operator that this installation would go separately, or no, don't even try having permits for this specific installation. And the proper functional IT system is a must, because we talk about it a lot, but that's a huge challenge for it to be really operational, for it not to be freezing out, stopping to operate, as some of the systems, unfortunately, and for it to be working really perfectly, as stipulated by law. Thank you, Mr. Bogdan. Next question. Hello, dear colleagues. Vladislav Vornavsky, Interpipe Company. Question to Mr. Bogdan. Thank you in the first place for a very interesting presentation, very high quality schemes. I've seen a lot of new things there. I would be glad to get that one. But there are some examples related to the installations, like key and non-key areas of economic activity subject to BAT. For example, installation where the non-key area of activity is still subject to BAT. We need to get an integrated permit. And then, as far as I understand, we also need to get permit for the non-key operation of this unit. Okay, let me explain. This can be linked a little bit to the question asked by Mr. Yaroslav, namely, what challenges and problems we still have. That's the definition of an installation. We need to consider every case separately. If the additional economic activity would be something separate, you can separately resort for obtainment of the integrated permit. And maybe some other activities would not be subject for this integrated permit. The key rule, as I was mentioning in the course of my presentation, would be that for every type of activity, for every installation, you have the permit. If you actually can't differentiate several economic activities you are using this installation for, this could be a challenge. And then there's activity which is the not key activity within the use of this installation. Well, you know, it could be difficult, but from the practical point of view, it's up to you to decide. But our goal would be to create the situation within which the integrated permit would be easy to get, easier for sure than getting 3 different permits. Okay, further questions? Microphone? Thank you, Irina Chernish, Save Dnipro, and Joe. Several questions. Yeah, for you to see me. First question, as regards the registry, whether there will be API and open data in order to get appropriate information, will this information be transferred to the portal of open data? And second of all, automatic control systems. In our reform, within our reform, there are enterprises that are going to get integrated permit and those that are going to be getting decommissioning permits, and they are all running current enterprises. But we have the resolution 272, which says that obsolete installations shall not be subject to this BAT procedures, and then we separately have a category of enterprises that are in the middle of it all, meaning they are the greatest contaminants, they are influencing the public health mostly, but they are not going to be subjected to the requirements as regards monitoring of the emissions. So we will still have this obsolete Soviet-era heritage, which is really contaminating the environment, which will be under control, and we won't have any mechanisms of impacting their becoming greener. That was my question. What to do in this situation? Okay, let me answer that. Have a look. There are 2 elements in my answer. Right, this very resolution is controversial, but if to speak about the existing enterprises, when do we have all these requirements in place? 4 years after the martial law is over. Maybe Mr. Serhiy will correct me, but according to our plan, as soon as we introduce BAT, the SK will be mandatory. And speaking about how to control it now, how to monitor it all now, that's a problem. But within the framework of our reform, we are involving you as well as civil society representatives in order to properly prepare for it all. And if we say that when BAT is already used for the existing installations, and if the BAT stipulates certain contaminants, then this installation shall be properly controlled and there shall be access to this installation for verification. Yeah, but you didn't get my question, I believe. Those installations that are going to get integrated permits and that are subject to BAT. Okay, but those getting the decommissioning permits, if the order 272 is not amended, maybe that's the answer. Maybe we need to amend this order 272. I'm speaking about these greatest contaminants. You think they will all be getting the permit for decommissioning? Well, I don't really want all our enterprises in 10 years to be decommissioning and closing their doors. This is not something we want to achieve. We thought this would be some, I don't know, one or two cases. And all the others would be getting the integrated permits. But you already answered your question, this very resolution. I strongly hope after the end of the martial law and after all the political issues are regulated, will be amended. And that way we will regulate this issue, especially we understand that everybody is willing to have the decommissioning permit. That would be a problem. Do we have questions from the room? Well, yeah, sorry. Still answering the first questions about the registry. So we plan all the system to be in open access and to be present at the portal. Konstantin Fedorov, Save Dnipro. Tell me, please, you are communicating with business, with the enterprises. When do you plan communicating with civil society, with the general public about integrated permits? And the second question, what are you going to do on August 8th, 2028, when everybody applies for the permit? Well, speaking about question number one, I hope you are not business. You are an NGO Safety Pro. We're communicating with you. And I hope that's an answer to the question. If we need a separate roundtable discussion where we don't invite business or anybody else but civil society, we are open to that. And if you have any specific questions, we can have online meetings as we did previously with the oblast state administrations, because they failed to understand in what way they have to provide the conclusion according to the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Speaking about your question, the one where you were half joking, I strongly hope that by 2028, even by 2026, we would have an IT system that would enable us working with all these applications very swiftly. And I strongly hope that business will select out of the options I've shown you, namely the option of the integrated permit, and they won't be delaying till the 8th of August 2028. But as soon as they would be, as soon as their current permits would be running null and void, we would be providing them, issuing them already the integrated permits. So there are some incentives we have for them because the law stipulates the transitional period for this purpose. And answering your question, we don't want to be overloaded with 100,000 applications for integrated permit, right? Then we would address you as civil society organizations for you to help us. Mr. Bogdan, thank you. We've got online question. That's the question to Mr. Bogdan, Registry of Integrated Permits. Do you stipulate participation of civil society in the registry? Mandatorily, for sure. This is even stipulated by the procedure of issuance of integrated permits. There are public hearings, public discussions. Anything that is being subject to issuance of permit, anybody can comment, provide any comments. Well, the only thing, these people shall be not anonymous, but they shall get registered, get authorized in the registry through DIA portal, etc. And they can provide any comments, and that will be taken into account whenever we are issuing integrated permit. Thank you. Next online question, speaking about integrated permit. Will there be open data and will there be be access through IP, through, my colleagues just asked that, and I said yes. In what way do you plan to involve enterprises in the pilot mode of issuance of integrated permits, not to get into trouble as we have with the waste nowadays, in order to test the system properly before it's full-fledgedly launched? I mentioned this already. That's a challenge for us, and we would like in the spring, as soon as we have a more or less finished process, we would inform all the stakeholders, and we would discuss with all the stakeholders to join the testing mode. We would like to urge the subjects of economic activity to join, but also we would need participation of the competent authorities, because actually they would be part of this process. They will be considering the documents, civil society organizations for sure, general public. I want everybody to test the capacity of the system, and we would test interface of this system, and we would get precious feedback, not to end up in chaos on the 8th of August 2028. So that's our wish, and I strongly hope we will do everything possible for it to be arranged properly. Thank you, Mr. Bogdan. And the final online question, I'm not sure that's the one to you. What technologies of incineration of hazardous and safe waste we've got in Ukraine as of now, and which one are the optimal in terms of releasing the lesser quality of harmful emissions? Oh, that's a very relevant question. Unfortunately, I don't have this analytical data right here in my hand, especially if to speak about incineration of hazardous waste. I can't comment on this. We can have it. I can have it as my homework and look deeper into this issue. The Federation of the Employers of Ukraine is preparing to actually conduct certain analytics about what methods to use, what's the cost of these methods, in order to have a bird's view picture, and how much time we need in order to implement it all. We were sending this request to you at this meeting on Monday as well, and I strongly hope that within the framework of these activities we would be able to answer this question as well. Thank you, Mr. Bogdan. Thank you so much. Very interesting presentation. You provided answers to all the questions. Dear colleagues, we can continue asking our speakers online and offline, but that's going to be after we listen to two more presentations. Mr. Serhi, please emphasize your attention on those issues which were not covered by Mr. Bogdan. Some interesting things, some surprises for enterprises, something about the future, something interesting about this reform in terms of its implementation. Thank you. Hello, colleagues, once again. Well, based on our previous agreement, my task today was to act in the format of the State Emergency Service. If there are some unexpected questions, I'm here to answer those. And I didn't plan to have the whole presentation of my own, but I would like to highlight a few things, though. In the first place, as you know, we are supporting this reform at the expert technical level within the framework of the project, which is why we are investing maximum efforts in order to provide the support and assistance to the colleagues at the ministry. And we are in constant communication. So this is not that I'm ready to tell you something you didn't hear of, you know. I need to think very thoroughly what people from the ministry don't know from those things, just we know. We are accompanying, supporting this process as planned. And sure, the first panel discussion, the head of the Ecological and Environmental Committee, Mr. Bondarenko, mentioned that unfortunately passing of the law required more time than expected. It took 5 years, and obviously, if the law was passed a bit earlier and didn't pass through that many hearings, the project would be more capable to allocate more time to develop the bylaws. Nevertheless, we have what we have. As far as I understand, management of the project did its best for the project to be supporting the reform for the time period possible, which is why the project is being implemented more than planned at first. That's one thing. Then, second of all, as far as we are supporting this process, we were supporting not just the process of development of the law, but we are now supporting the process of developing of the bylaws. Some of these regulatory documents are being developed by experts who are involved into implementation of the project. Some regulatory acts are being developed by colleagues from the ministry, and later on we look at those to have some final touch. We have proper consultations with the stakeholders. We are arranging events, including this one, a high-quality event, and we are trying to be really kicked into the process and help a lot. Let me highlight several things, though. Well, 3 things I would like to draw your attention to. They were already mentioned to a certain extent, but as far as there's plenty of information, you missed that somehow. I absolutely agree with Mr. Bohdan in the sense that one of, how to put it right, one of the challenges for the operators of installations would be to have the notion of an installation. And here I would like to draw attention to the Article 1 of the law, which stipulates what the installation is. Please read thoroughly what is the definition contained in the law. And the term installation is used in very versatile contexts, and sometimes we are abandoning the definition contained in the law. So, in this context, the notion installation was used differently before we got the best available techniques approach. But generally, the term installation was more about some specific technical unit, some unit of technical equipment. And that's the point of confusion, because whenever we are getting questions, we see that people are confused about what installation means and in what way it is defined. So if we look at it as the piece of equipment without any understanding of the broader context, without any without an account of the context of the economic activity, that would not make sense. And also, I would like to highlight here that the law clearly stipulates, and that was the proposal of the ministry, and it was supported by the committee when we were still working on the draft law. It was clearly mentioned that the operators of the installations can be getting consultations from the permit authority, meaning you can be getting consultations on the essence of the application you are filing, meaning whenever you have a question whether you are properly defining an installation, and this would be namely the first sentences of the application where you describe in every detail what kind of technical equipment you're operating and in what way it all ensures your processes, what's the key area of economic activity, what's the auxiliary activities you're also implementing. So if you're confused, you have a right to get consultations from the permit authority. Also, at the second panel, Mr. Andri wanted to highlight it and mention about trainings and workshops that are going to be offered. But we had such a heated discussions about taxation and who is running where that Mr. Andri didn't manage and lacked time to inform us about the trainings and workshops. But really, the project stipulates for arranging of appropriate trainings for all the stakeholders. We are working with the permit authority, and permit authority is also gaining certain experience in the course of implementing the basics of this reform. There's going to be a training program for business, for the general public, and it's going to be demand-driven, meaning we develop it. Oh, you wanted to add? That's great. That's great. Then the third thing I wanted to highlight, that's a bit of an answer to the question of Ms. Irina. Please pay attention. The law says about the registry, and there's this article that mentions information sharing with public. There's yet another functionality in the registry to get registered and be getting emails with notifications. That's something very important as well. What is meant? That this registry will inform the civil society, those who got registered not for getting permit for certain installation, but in general, if you are interested within the framework of the state, of the region, to learn something, this functionality is there because it's stipulated by law. Mr. Serhi, oh, yeah, that's it. You already answered 5 online questions. I didn't ask your answer for. Oh, now we need to listen to the remaining speakers and actually the topic, in what way to enforce this legislation, is a heated topic, and there are plenty of very specific questions as regards this. But let's have a pause. Now we proceed to the next speakers, and then we'll go back getting questions from the room and then from our online environment. Mr. Serhi, we are inviting Ms. Svetlana Sushko, acting director of the team of reforms by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Ms. Svetlana, you're online. Are you here?
Колеги, вітаю. Мене вже вімкнули.
Am I already connected, dear colleagues? Hi. Yes, we can hear you. Cannot see you yet, but the voice from the skies, from heavens. Can you confirm you are Svetlana? Yes, I am. I'm still waiting for a picture of mine on screen. But we can already hear you, so let us try to see on video if possible. Can we have Svetlana? Okay. Yeah, please, welcome.
Вітаю, колеги.
Hi, dear colleagues. Glad to participate in this already traditional event, this ongoing dialogue with in-depth talks to better understand the complex processes, the technological ones, the procedural ones, international requirements regarding the implementation of this complex directive. It's a Q&A session, so to say we are not speakers, but rather providers of time necessary, oftentimes necessary to get in-depth answers for the deep questions from the public, from CSOs, from businesses, industrialists. On the one hand, I'd like to fill in kind of gaps left by colleagues. I think there's a need for a bit more explanations, actually, or rather more responses to Mr. Barnarski's question regarding non-primary activities. I'd like to give you a more precise language of what directive has to say what the law has. So an industrial site may have one or more installations, and Sergei already explained that. But each installation can provide for a variety lines of activity, and there's a compliance assessment before issuing this environmental permit. And there will be a need to have bad conclusion. Just one document, one type of document. It has to be for the primary type of activity. The ancillary activity types will be tied to it, but the whole integrated environmental permit and all the control-related measures concern the primary activity attributed to this given installation. Also, there is a wide discussion on the topic, from funds to policy to procedural aspects to certain deadlines. I'd like to offer you a bit of a bird's eye view for a better understanding of the context. We've been supporting the reform since 2017. I'm glad to see that the range of stakeholders is pretty much the same. This means each of us gets some deeper knowledge of it. Yet still, the commitment, the function of the state is about just and equitable rules and measures to properly implement EU regulations. And actually, without close-knit cooperation, it won't happen, it won't be possible. We need to ensure cooperation between government institutions and companies. While the legislation is still in the process of being finally approved, and while bylaws are still being approved, there is still an opportunity for everyone interested to participate in the shaping of policies. I'd like to invite everyone interested into this. The ministry is actually working on that. They have events like roundtable discussions, trainings, and so on, organized twice a month with local and Rayon level governments, say with companies, and so on, which poses a great opportunity for everyone to put questions. Because I think it is the companies who have the most intimate knowledge of what will be needed to properly implement. Yes, there is a question of funding. Where should we look for money? In the current realities and circumstances Ukraine finds itself in, it is not possible to ask for money directly. It won't happen. This begs for some joint decisions. And we welcome initiatives from companies. These initiatives can be of decisive nature. They will help streamlining all related steps, including the funds seeking routines. During the previous panel discussion, the fund was mentioned, but I think that until companies are able to provide their proposals and comments, it won't go further a lot. It won't go as fast as it should. So I kindly invite all the businesses to join this collective search of solutions. It's not just about Ukrainian banks, it's about bigger groups, European level ones like the OECD. There have been numerous round tables that our businesses can well participate in. These will provide, already provide, and will further provide information about certain new steps, new opportunities So yeah, it's our joint objective because it is about improving health status, conditions of everyone. So let us join it together. Okay, let me bring more focus to your words, and you will confirm is I was right in my assessment. So you posit that a daily regular communication has to be instituted to the maximum possible extent. The communication between the government authorities and market operators to avoid any misunderstandings and gaps in reform implementation. And another aspect is that, again, if I understood you correctly, in order to properly implement the BATS mechanism, proper initiatives from individual market operators will be needed. Not decisions from governments or controlling authorities, but business initiatives. Yeah, okay. Your first comment shows that you did not understood me completely correct. Yes, the government authority has to offer consultations, advice, roundtable discussions, not only with business representatives, because there are other participants besides the controlling authority, the businesses. If any link is missing, then the balance can be forgotten. Because of that, the Ministry for Environment Protection also calls upon the public, civic society organizations, oblast level state administrations, environmental protection inspectorates, every other authority related and engaged in integrated environmental permit issuance. Those dealing with formulation of bad opinions and so on. On the second matter, indeed, I wouldn't state categorically that the government should not be proposing mechanism. Yes, they have to, they need to, but they should not be the only source. There should be, I would say, there should be a menu with governments offering just some of the positions. There should be a variety of tools and instruments available. And actually, we would need to discuss it further maybe later on because even the second panel wasn't enough to cover every aspect. Okay, thank you. Thank you, dear Svetlana. Thanks for joining us. We continue with our panel. I hope some of the questions closer to the end of the panel will be also of interest for you, and you will be able to remain present and check them. And we go on to Monika Pribilova. She's online with us. She's an international expert at the BAT project. Dear Monica, can you hear us?
Yes. Привітаю всіх.
Вітаємо. Дуже приємно.
Big welcome to you. Let's
Speak English. I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't hear.
please, please.
So I would like to comment on what the best should be now. As the most important for the industry is to find out what the requirements for them and to make a plan and then where to get the money from, if they will need it. This is actually difficult, but without analysis, the integration cannot be issued. And if there will concrete experience from Czech Republic or other European countries, I will be happy to.
давала можливість, скажімо так, поділитися
Yes, thank you, Monica. And it's nice to hear that you're ready to share your Czech experience with that. It's always better to know something from someone who has already been through it. So maybe there will be more questions to Monica after our further communication. I see Andrei is willing to join us. Dear Monica, please stay with us. Maybe there will be questions to you. And we have more questions online. Dear Andrei, would you like to have a word before we go to questions?
координують цю сферу вже останні 5 років.
So, dear colleagues, yes, I nearly forgot to mention it at the panel that the JZ, besides the things already mentioned today, is also to announce a training program, a kind of a training online, offline opportunity for representatives of the central bodies of the executive, the Ministry for Environmental Protection included, members and participants from the permit issuing authorities, representatives of the executive at the regional and local level, representatives of individual companies subject to integrated permit issuing, as well as the wider public and civic society activists. This program is expected to start in April and will continue roughly by late May, mid-June. We do hope to be able to prepare all the participants to have a smooth transition towards a new procedure. The concept has already been approved with the Ministry for Environmental Protection. We are now working on individual training models. We will invite legal professionals, councils that are participating in the development of legal regulations. There will be also IT guys present because there is a IT component to the system, as well as there will be technical professionals. They will be helping with everything BAT, how to identify company needs, and so on. We will be also learning how to use BAT conclusions to identify limits and so on. So closer to April, we will have more information and we will promptly notify all of you, particularly those involved in permit issuing. So we hope that you will participate. Thank you, dear Andrei, the BAT Project Ukraine. And yes, there will be questions during implementation, as Bogdan mentioned, those planned schemes, the succession of steps, the roadmaps, while nicely presented in the presentation, may still pose questions. So in order to avoid any issues with it, not miss deadlines, given the decisive nature of communication, we will be offering these training opportunities. And yes, I see there's a question on the floor. Please. I think my question is probably to Sergey or maybe to all the panel participants. A practical question regarding the law and its implementation. As regards the environmental impact assessment, because the law provides for EIA even for active companies. And actually, the whole permit issuance procedure does not allow for EIA. Does not provide any specific timeline, how and when it should be procured. So maybe there are some explanations, say, for companies operating installations for quite some time that already have some documents. And while Svetlana mentioned that the permit will be concerning the main line of activity, the principal one, does it affect something what Bogdan has mentioned? No, what Svetlana mentioned is not against Bogdan's work because he was answering specific questions, and Svetlana just added options stated in the law within the meaning of European legislation. So there are no discrepancies in that. The first thing. Now, the second thing is, dear colleagues, I would rather recommend everyone present, also those online, to be governed by the law. All the answers are in the law, first and foremost, so you should be seeking answers there. We can relay things from other sources, but again, speaking of EIA, first of all, this is not a part, a component of the integral environmental permit. Secondly, according to the relevant law on EIA, there can be three types of documents. And these documents are not part and parcel of the application, but they have to be submitted together with the application. And the law says that these have to be submitted only if required by law. And the law has just two cases when this is required. First, for installations to be commissioned for the first time, and secondly, if we speak about changes of characteristics or production expansion, when thresholds have been identified as stated in annexes, then it may be required. So these are the two cases in the law. For all other cases, the EIA has to be added to the application with an understanding that the whole EIA system is operational since 2017. So individual EIA for a given installation is not needed. EIA is about plant operations, and the exhaustive requirements are set in the law on EIA, not in the law on the prevention of industrial pollution. And Monica mentioned it multiple times. When there's an installation operator, and she has an EIA on the stated type of activity, then if she applies for a permit, such EIA assessment is annexed. No need to do it separately. Okay, then we have another question from the floor. Before going online. Ludmila Linik, UN Habitat National Office. The very much detailed presentations had clear mentions of the legislation. My question, is there any difference between the subjects of the law in terms of property management aspects, particularly it comes to legal entities, natural persons, and the laws of Ukraine also mentions Ukraine nationals as managers of the riches of Ukraine within the meaning of the Declaration of Sovereignty. So, do we mean Ukraine nationals and natural persons mentioned in the law or not? Thank you for this question. First of all, the law clearly provides who is the installation operator. It can be either a private entrepreneur based on activity types, predominantly we will see legal entities. As regards the natural person as such, as an individual person, he or she may not be installation operator. Now, when it comes to the integrated environmental permissions procedure, and when it comes to proper implementation of this permit, also with the monitoring exercise, there is no mention of natural persons, individuals. There's a mention of the public. But the law has nothing new regarding EIA conclusions because there is a clear reference to relevant legal language that corresponds to Aarhus Convention, and the Directive 75 clearly refers to Directive from 2001. Dear Sergey, please hold on because we still have 6 more questions pending. I do know that you know the directives and you can talk about them for ages, but I think yes, no answers with relevant law articles would suffice. Okay, now next question from Dnipro. Dear Sergey, you nicely mentioned in your speech the matter of access to information for review. And unfortunately, there are gaps between the approval and implementation phase. So I think it will be necessary to somehow look into it because there are clearly gaps regarding proper information, proper informing. This also concerns the use of e-signature. Well, I would say this is a matter of the whole ecosystem of regulations. From my understanding, the very approach towards the system implementation, it cannot be anonymous. Maybe there are some security considerations because of that. But first, you need to get registered within the ecosystem, then you get access to registries, which places every one of us in similar conditions. I would mention informing as important feature of it. Okay, there's a question to Bogdan, maybe it is also a question for other departments. It's about actually not BAT, but the land management legislation that it is said does not apply to pyrolysis and gasification installation. These are the installations that purify solid waste to a condition that effectively creates like gaseous substances from them, to the extent that they no longer can be deemed solid waste. By the way, do we have any installations like that in Ukraine? Well, our candidate of technical sciences say there are no installations of the type yet. Well, I have no information on that because indeed my department is not dealing with such installations. But we can actually jot it down to see, to do the background check to see if our candidate of sciences is entirely right. Okay, we see followers appearing for Mr. Sergey. Now the question, what is your take of the reform with your great experience in a variety of reforms? Very short answer if possible. You know, dear colleagues, the directive in our association agreement is in the sector of industrial pollution and threats, I think. But if you check the many professional resources, the directive is of cross-cutting of a horizontal type. That was why it was among the indicators for the Ukraine facility. Sorry, my question was, what is your take of the reform? Well, I think that primarily this is very important for recovery, and secondly, if I would deem this reform not a successful one, I would not waste my time and effort spending many years on its implementation. So in spite of certain sarcasm from Vlad Antipov, I nevertheless think that we have all the chances of successfully concluding it. And if the crash tests of the reform will be not worse than the one that we saw with EIA reform in the COVID years and in the first years of the war, then we will be good. Okay, chances are here. These are the words kickstarting all sorts of reforms in Ukraine, so let's stay with it. Another question, not sure, is for Sergei. How different public debates on integral environmental permit will be different from AIA-related debates? Procedures, will they be the same or different? Well, actually, public debates, or how these are called, for different documents, for different permits, they follow different processes and procedures. There is one type of public hearing for EIA. There are specific discussions like what it is all about, what are the questions regarding specific case. Meanwhile, for integral environmental permit, there will be discussions of the application itself. Sergei has mentioned.
В рамках документів ОВД, то він теж там буде.
So if there will be a need to accompany the application with the EIA, then any discussion, any debate on that will be subject to also review in the EIA. But again, the core debate will be about specific document and will follow a very specific process. Thank you. Another question. Is it necessary to get a permit on waste utilization if you have integrated permit?
No, thank you. That's an idea. Well, integrated permit covers just permits and it doesn't cover any licenses. A license is a license. That's a separate document of separate nature. So these two things are not interrelated. Great. Then we have a question, Mr. Buhtan, I believe to you again, because the question is of political nature and it's quite rhetorical. Is there a risk that when we access EU, the reforms and the requirements would be harsher? No, it shall not happen, but BAT would become actually stricter because they are being reconsidered, and in our national legislation, we are actually stipulating for it, meaning every 5-8 years the BAT is being reconsidered and reassessment is conducted. There's an attempt to search the best available techniques as of then, and yeah, requirements might be stricter. One sentence for me. The thing is that in 2024, certain amendments were introduced to the directive. It's an amended directive. And EU has got a certain amount of years as regards transposition. We will move towards this. Actually, we have certain understanding in what way to move forward. But I believe the next step would still be taken into account the requirements of the amended directive. Okay, theoretically, those who are postponing implementation of BAT may be facing some stricter requirements within the BAT, right? Well, the requirements of BAT, as far as they are cyclical in the European Union, they are getting updated once every 8 years, and obviously, it's worth mentioning and reminding that our European colleagues understand that derogation is an exception rather than rule. And second of all, everybody willing to get derogation and have got certain substantiation of derogation, assessment of derogation shall take into account that they are postponing the implementation of something stipulated by this option of BAT. Yeah, clear. Just be mindful of that. So, if there were certain nature protective measures in place, will they be included in the permit? And
Стосовно ОВД,
okay, speaking about
вигляде без ОВД.
EIA, Mr. Serhi already answered. Starting from 2017, no reconstruction was introduced, or maybe the EIA was needed. They can submit the documents without EIA. Sorry, you had so many acronyms in your question. I didn't get. Okay. If there were some conditions and measures of nature preservations, will they be included in the integrated permit? Yeah, sure. Now, question to Mr. Bogdan.
До представників Міністерства захисту довкілля. Ми неодноразово надсилали листи.
We were sending letters as regards personal meeting with the representatives of the ministry to present a technology of the gasification of solid waste. See, Mr. Andriy, this is something that exists. So, Mr. Bogdan, please urge Mr. Andriy to have this, attend this meeting. On the side of the ministry, we never got a single invitation to participate in any meeting like this. May I ask what's the name of the company? Well, have a look. If they hear us now, they will allow me to mention their name. I remember just one resort from one company, and we answered their question. So, they had some prospective technology and they wanted to present it to us and hear our opinion out. They didn't want a meeting. They wanted ministry to come to them and check it out. But we asked them to provide us with more detailed information for us to familiarize ourselves in every detail. In Czech Republic, 100 employees are dealing with this issue. 5 in our case. Tova Energy Invest is the name of the company. Yeah, I was telling you about them. Okay, so if you hear us, the answer is very simple. Provide the ministry with appropriate details. Yeah, but also let me mention if they've got something really interesting for maybe even further public discussion, we can consider it and we might try arranging something. But so far, we need the case. Okay, let us be frank. You are not responsible for implementing a certain or trying out certain techniques and technologies. You can just spread the information in what way this can correlate to BAT, right? We know about these cases in the area of energy efficiency, including the next question. Will you provide explanations? Well, several questions, by the way. Here, I will voice them out and you answer this. Will there be explanations as regards the scope of integrated permit, whether it's going to be issued per platform or per enterprise? If there's just one permit per 3 platforms in one oblast, shall there be a certain permit for the platform? What to do if within one platform we have several kinds of economic activity? Shall we be getting separate permits? Well, we were trying to answer all these questions, providing certain examples, and my slides offered certain answers. They are there. Maybe if later on we share my presentation, please have a thorough look at that, because all the answers were provided there. Now, let me answer this.
Перше, надані щодо визначення меж установки роз'яснень. Меж
Will there
установки
be explanations
має на увазі, він буде дивитися на установку, майданчик чи вид діяльності.
whether the permit is going to be granted to the enterprise platform or installation? Okay, we will be providing in every certain case specific explanations, but Mr. Serhiy was mentioning it's all there, it's all stipulated. The second question was what the permit is granted to. It's granted to a certain installation. If the installation works within, for example, 3 installations are working within one platform, then there might be one integrated permit or 3 separate permits, depending on the economic activities. If the installations are there at various industrial platforms, then there shall be a permit per platform.
Дякую, пане Богдана. І як бути, коли на одному майданчику
Thank you. What to do if at one platform there are several economic activities that are not interrelated, but one is subject to EIA? So again, that's a question similar to what was asked by Mr. Vladislav. If this specific economic activity if this economic activity is performed within one installation and that installation is used within the key economic activity of the enterprise, plus some auxiliary economic activities, then yes, it could be received for this one installation. But also, if we don't know that there will be several technological processes within this one installation, there shall be a permit for the whole installation and all the activities performed within it. Okay, dear colleagues, we ran out of online questions. Do we have any additional questions in the room? No? Then, dear colleagues, now I would like to offer the following: to express a gratitude to our dear speakers for very interesting conversation, for very professional presentations. I thought that energy efficiency is a difficult topic, but I listened to you and oh my God, you have to drink half a liter to understand what's going on. But on the other hand, it's very interesting, and I understand, Mr. Serhiy, and you also as a person who's dealing with reforms, understand that you will have employment till the end of your life. And now I would like to provide the floor to Mr. Andrei, as manager of the project, for the final remarks for today. And Mr. Andrei. Thank you, Mr. Oleksiy. I want to express my gratitude to every participant of the roundtable discussion. Sure, I believe this was a great honor that we can work in conditions of war, in conditions of this increased danger. And the armed forces of Ukraine is to be grateful for that, because you know what kind of nights we are having here in Kyiv, all over Ukraine. You know about the peace negotiations, and we are so far from peace, according to our feelings. And thank you for finding this opportunity to physically come to us today. People came from various regions of Ukraine in order to share their experience, hear interesting opinions. Also, participants who joined us online, something like 400 participants. I believe that's a lot. And I strongly hope that's not because we lack communication with the stakeholders, but because the topic is really interesting and everybody understands that in half a year the system will change, and we expect that the changes would be positive. We will do our best for that to be the case. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, dear moderator. You've introduced a lot of interesting ideas, very interesting moderation on your side, and be safe. To be continued.
Дякую всім.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day and peaceful sky above your heads.